Good morning, Sister Sandra.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. Good morning, Ross.
Good morning. How you doing?
We're doing great. You all
That's
been
good.
taking care of yourselves this week?
Yeah. Yeah. How
There
about
she
you?
is, Phyllis.
Everybody looks beautiful. Everybody's just shining and glowing. And look at Roz's smile. And well, we have to be quiet now. Joe's here.
He's got a beautiful smile too.
He does too. Good morning, Brother Joe. I like teasing you.
I know. I tease people, so I have to take it too,
You know, I kept getting confused if Lily Yaw's dog was named Blossom or Cloud. Which one was it?
Blossom, but Adam nicknamed her Cloud because she looked like a cloud laying on.
Okay, I was real confused. I thought, how am I getting this wrong?
What? Do you approve of my hair?
Oh, yes, I
Does
do.
it look okay?
It's gorgeous.
Just for you, sweetheart.
Yes, thank you. I love that. That's gorgeous.
Thank you for reminding me that my hair is getting long. I'm so used to it being short. I just kept acting like it was short. Now it's getting long.
You have length now, so it is beautiful. That's so pretty. I like that, Phyllis.
Thank you, dear.
Hello, Sandra and Ross.
How you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
We were talking about Sandra yesterday. Was reading some verses, and we said, that would be neat to hear Sandra sing that.
Yeah, I don't even remember what it was we was reading.
I can't remember now.
Yeah.
Oh no, you should have remembered that.
No, we should have had. Joe said I would like to hear Sandra sing that. I think she could do good on this. And so, but you were thought about. I just can't remember where we've read a lot since yesterday, haven't we? So I don't know. We just read everything.
We did the book of John.
Yeah, we were reading through the book of Yukonon. Yes, we were. So it feel like it was something in Yukonon that we were.
Did you know that while he was creating in Mashal, which is Proverbs chapter 8, verse 30, then Yahusha said, then I was beside him, a master designer, and I was his delight, yom by yom, rejoicing before him all the time, rejoicing in the world, his arrest, and my delights were with the sons of men. So, and Brother Mark was talking about rejoicing before Yahuwah last night. So that's what we're supposed to do.
Exactly.
Well, you know that next verse there, and now listen to me, you children, for blessed are they who guard my ways. That was something else that Mark spoke of last night.
Yes, ma'am.
Guarding his ways.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, because it talks about it in First Yehukanan chapter 5. It says, I have been studying that. It was talking about let me see if I can find the scripture. It's always good to have the scripture so people can go to it.
Oh, yes.
In First Yehukanan chapter 5, I just think that this is a powerful chapter. It says, everyone who believes that Yahusha is the Mashiach has been born of Yahuwah. Everyone who loves the one bringing forth also loves the one having been born of him. By this we know that we love the children of Yahuwah, when we love Yahuwah and guard his commands.
Hallelujah.
That's powerful or not?
Yes, for this is the love for Yahuwah, that we guard his commands. And his commands are not difficult, because
Hallelujah.
and having been gotten of Yahuwah overcomes the world.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
Such a joy to obey, and we have everything to gain and nothing to.
Yes, ma'am.
Whoa. You know what? She froze up, but that's okay. I know what she was going to
What-
say.
Yeah.
Hi, Chan.
Hey.
Shalom, shalom.
What bothers me is that everybody that we're saying it to, and they don't choose the name of Yahuwah to praise Yahuwah, come to him and walk in his ways, they're the opposite. And that's very bothersome, because it's like everybody out there, except for the ones that already know Yahuwah. And I just pray that everybody that's out there that doesn't know the name of Yahuwah and Yahusha, just come to him.
Well,
It's
he
very
hardens
solemn.
who he hardens, and he favors whom he favors.
Yeah.
So that's his sovereignty right there. So all we do is keep praying and manifesting him and manifesting his love to others. That's all we do. And of course, I feel you. I feel how you feel I feel your compassion. You want to see him delivered. You don't want to see him lost. And Father doesn't either. That's why he's been a long time of suffering.
That's right. He said because he delays not because he's late, but because he's waiting for everything to get finished. All the people that are going to turn, and all the people that are going to be as evil as they can be have gotten as evil as they can get. Then he comes.
Because there have been atheists that have come to him, and that's a promising thought, and knowing that there's been atheists that have come to him.
And also that is his purpose, because remember how Dawood had taken the throne, right? He had been anointed king, but before he actually went into his position, he first was taken through persecution from running from Shaul for his life. That's just the way Abba does things for his purpose. He does that all over the way. That's the way he does it.
Yeah.
Then he's the refiner. He's refining us.
This tastes really good.
Say,
Thank you.
take away the dross, and there comes the vessel for the refiner. Hallelujah.
I'm not letting him out anymore.
Hallelujah. And I pray that everybody that came to him that fell away comes back with a humbled and contrite heart, and that they worship him even more than they did.
I agree with you, sister.
Yeah.
What, honey?
I've got my iPhone near me.
Okay.
We're not of the world, and it's here in this place that I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard because I see it every day with it. And it's like they go like this, and they don't want to hear anything. They don't understand me. They don't understand the ways. When I was saying about posting, and that in this last 2 weeks, the Father has brought so many people to my channel. And I was saying that, and I was praising the Father, and it's like, oh, well, will you make money after that? I said, I don't know. I said, I just post because it's of the Father.
No, you don't.
And it's like, I don't think about that. I just think about posting and sharing his name. But that's the first thing that comes up. Oh, well, you must be going to do that. I said, I don't know. I've never looked at it before. I don't care. It's, but the world sees the money.
That's right.
That's because their eyes are veiled, right? They are veiled, like when Yahushua was walking and he was talking to the Prussian. They had a veil over their eyes that Yahuwah had put there. And until Yahuwah removed that veil, that's the type of reaction you're going to get from them.
I actually did a post, and I found, and I've actually said this to someone, that if you saw somebody that was in a car going to hit a wall, what would you do? And I found something that was similar to that. And, to be able to explain it, and I did. And so it's like sometimes we just can't. It's not us that stops them from doing it. It's the Father, So all of it's for His esteem and everything. So
It's like we're pulling them back from the cliff, like Roz says. But the thing is, once you've revealed the truth to them and they turn, their situation's worse. But that's not on you. That's on them. If you don't tell them, it's on you. So you got to tell them. You got to take the chance that they'll listen to you.
Yeah.
Let's do what we're supposed to do. Father, in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, we ask that you give an open door of belief to the witnessing that you have placed Sister Roz in. I think about Brother Shaul. He was in the Roman prison, and because of what he suffered in the Roman prison, a lot of the Romans became delivered and believed on Yahushua HaMashiach. I thank you, oh Father, that she's in a position to manifest you, to love you, and to adore you. Thank you, oh Father, for her light that's shining in the place where she is. We ask that you open their hearts, open their minds, and lead her to the ones that will believe. For you know that the ones that believe will have everlasting life. In the name of Yahushua, HaMashiach.
Selah. Thank you. But on a happier note, there's a girl over at the where I was at in the shelter, and I thought she was going away, but actually she's coming more. She wants to do the feast. She knows that today is the Sabbath, and I said, you have every right to tell them that you can't clean up in there, like they want to do a deep cleaning. And she's loving hearing about the names, so it's a beautiful thing. He's working in her big time. And the other one that is autistic, he's working in him too, because he comes, I read to him now, for the most part, this last week, it was morning, noon, and night. He wanted to hear scriptures. So that's the Father working in him and getting him. He might not understand it all the way, but he's getting it into here, and he's hearing it. And so, but till that autism gets broken away from him, he's still got that holding him back. But we pray about it, It's a beautiful thing.
Shalom, Sister Talitha, Venus, and
Ishel. And Mikhail, who's around.
Good morning.
And Oz will be here too, joining us.
Oh, that's great. So we're happy to hear that he's had a safe trip home. So that
was he successful in Mexico?
Yes.
Great.
Awesome. Praise Yahushua.
Yeah, praise Yahushua.
It's cold up there.
It's a little bit chilly, but apparently, like in the next couple days, it's supposed to get warm again for another week or so.
Yeah, I almost don't believe them.
It's got to chill down so that when we feast in our booths, we'll have our coats on. So
I was gonna say, I noticed that June and Joe today were wearing sleeves, and I was like,
yes, well, he's not, but
still down a bit. Oh, you're not.
Yeah, but it's cool outside. Yes, it's cool. It's cool outside.
Today was foggy this morning.
What?
It was foggy this morning.
Yeah, there was like a whole mist along the whole land. It was very beautiful.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
I love looking at the fog.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
We decided to go for a walk through the mist to check it out.
Well, we went hunting one day this past week, and it was foggy in the woods when we went in, and the fog was dripping off of everything. It was
Wow.
it was so neat. I sent Phyllis a video of it, but I don't think she could see the fog. Nothing videos like you want it to be, but yeah, the fog was real thick and it was dripping off the leaves, and such a stark contrast to once the sun came up and started filtering through the woods. But it's been beautiful. But
Beautiful.
yeah, we're excited. We can't wait. We're going to camp out this week for the Feast of Booths, and
You're gonna go to your land to camp out?
yes. So we're going to pull the camper over there and build our little booth, and have some of the kids over throughout the week and wave the lulav day. And so just going to celebrate and have fun. So
Nice.
yeah, so excited. Can't wait to do that. So we're going to go ahead and go over there and get set up tomorrow, Master willing. So yay. You guys were here, so you could do that with us. One, all of you. I wish that could be so. But one day we'll get to
One day will be good.
Chance, where do you live?
I'm up here in Minnesota, pretty cold, but right now it's 90 today. Not
90.
bad.
Huh.
Wow.
Oh,
My
wow.
That's
the
hot.
fruit is still blossoming too. I got strawberries still coming in. I thought the leaves
Wow.
are falling, but I still got fruit coming in. So I'm like, make up your mind, season. Which one is it gonna be? Because when that snow comes, whew, you get your shovel. Can't even. You gotta dig yourself out of this house sometimes. So
Oh, wow.
Well, stay warm while you can, I guess.
yeah. You get up in the morning, open the door, and be like, okay, yeah, I guess I got to work today. These big old 3 feet of snow. Can't even get out the driveway. But
Yeah, we were snowed in last year for 2.5 weeks. Yeah, we
I
couldn't.
stand, man.
The whole neighborhood, no one could go anywhere for 2.5 weeks. So we have to keep our pantry stocked. So, yeah, because you never know.
what state are you in?
Tennessee.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, we're on the river up at the dam. So
Oh, that sounds like fun.
yeah, it
You're
is.
at 90, Chance? I'm
Huh?
looking, and I said you're at the temperature of 90?
Yeah, with 30-mile-an-hour winds. It's still early yet, but
Really?
according to the phone, however
Yeah.
much you want to rely upon the phone.
I don't trust
The
that.
phone likes to tell me it's going to be 90, and I don't set my hopes on it, but apparently it's
Yeah.
Google's goal to get up to 90 here, but we'll see. We'll see.
We're
You
on
know.
82.
We're at the high of 80. I mean, and we're so much lower, but
Yeah.
it's all in how the wind, all in how the wind, he moves the winds throughout.
Yeah, I go out in the chair in the mornings and let the sun beat on my face sometimes, and I'll be talking with him, and I'll feel the presence come upon me, and these gusts of wind blow through the trees and leaves start falling down, and all I could just say is, wow, thank you for that, and I know, and it's because I'll feel the presence and it'll come on me, and all of a sudden it's like it's completely calm outside, and all of a sudden it's like a whirlwind, not like a whirlwind, but like it's a gust, but it's a nice thing. I let the sun just beat on my face and thank him for my life and my existence in this beautiful creation, and I'm not worthy, so it's just like it's an emotional thing. I love our Zadok Abba, I'm sure we all do. We know that, but it's intimacy, especially on this day.
What did you all think of Mark's message last night? Anybody have some opinions about it?
I really liked when he talked about when the people sung their songs together. This also reminds me of throughout the scriptures you hear about all the Kadashim praying with one mind, making supplications, and how powerful that really is when everybody's in the same mind, knit together, united in one mind, not divided on topics or different beliefs or something like that, or you believe this and I believe this, but we're Yashrael. And it's like, Shaul says it good that I really like is it reminded me of unity, how the body needs to be together in one mind with the same opinion, knit together with no diversions, no divisions, just pure, all one mind. And I think that's one of the things the body's, we're growing towards. And that reminded me, of that.
I'm still struggling with the predestination. I believe the evidence. I do. I believe the evidence, but I have trouble accepting it for some reason.
I think a lot of it has to do with just our like human mind and how, because the way we perceive language and words is, like they can't fully encompass what things actually are. And so it's difficult. It's something, I mean, me, I don't struggle as much with that particular one. But anytime I talk about it with either Oz or like a friend, they really, really, really struggle with that. But I think it's because when you put certain words to things, it puts it within like a confinement, like within a border or a box. But it means each word, like each thing means so much more than that, like in reality of what it actually is. But our brain, in order to compartmentalize things, we have to like try and think within like a small structure.
What
So
what are some of the words that you're thinking about?
Well, I'm saying like predestination, for example.
Oh, using like that word. Okay.
The idea and the thought of that, like when you're thinking of it with a human mind, it can be very difficult to come to terms with that. But like the reality is just like Yahuwah is so much more than we can even ever imagine or think about, that we only get like little pieces of what each thing means. We're only getting little tidbits. Like we're not. That's why he even, like Yahusha says at some point of if you had just a little tiny bit of belief, like you could make mountains move, right? And we can't understand that. We're like, what do you mean we can make mountains move? No, we can't. Of course we can't, right?
I know. It has to be spiritual. It has to be.
Right. But that's just like, that's the immensity of Yahuwah. That's like the grandeur, the grandness of him. He's just so big and so incredibly powerful beyond our comprehension ever. Like we will never, ever be able to comprehend something like that. Because even if he tried to show it to us, it's like he would have to show us just a tiny bit, because we wouldn't even be able, we would like explode. We wouldn't be able to take it.
You're right. I'm wondering how we're going to, we wouldn't be able to absorb it all unless we did have our new bodies and our new minds. And then when he changes us with a twinkling of an eye, then we'll be ready to accept all the truth. I was thinking that it's wonderful to know that if he's chosen us from the beginning of time, then that makes you feel kind of safe and secure. But then yet Paul said we have to run the race. So we can't just sit on our haunches and be glad that he chose us. We still have to walk the walk. And that's the part I don't get. I don't wonder what if we veered off? What then if we veered off?
He brings you right back.
Speaking about that belief, what comes to me is when Yahusha was walking on the water, Kepha looked at him and said, "Master, call me up there so I can walk on the water with you too." And he said, "Come on." Kepha started walking, and his belief, he started doubting himself, and this is the flesh. Perhaps it's calling for us to master ourselves, where we put our trust, honor, and worship into Yahuwah alone. and we get out of this fleshy mind and we put all our belief into him, and then perhaps we can walk on water. Perhaps then we can start healing and giving miracles to people and really doing the work. But perhaps we need to get out of this flesh and stop doubting ourselves and crippling ourselves, because it's doubting thoughts are terrible. And as long as we keep the Torah, that's the light, the lamp to our feet. We're walking in his path. We're lights. We're examples in this world, in this nation.
And it's also doubting Yahuwah and his power. It's not like, one is to doubt yourself, but also when we do certain things, that's also like when we try to take control of certain situations, we're doubting Yahuwah, even if that's not our intention. That's what we're doing, because we're like, well, that logically doesn't make sense in my brain. Like, this is not right. But we have to just like fully surrender 100%. And it's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do. And it's something that you have to do all the time, every day, all the time, because, you know, it's easy for like, I'm a very logical thinker. So it's easy for my brain to try and be like, oh no, this can't work out. But it's like, you know, he made the waters move. Like he made water come out of a rock. He sent food from the sky, you know, like he can do it. He can do it, right? And he gives us, through the stories, there's so many reasons for us to know that he can do this. But yet our, you know, as men and women and people, we're like, we have this doubt that comes in still.
Yeah, the mind of the flesh, death. The mind of the ruach, life and peace. You know, to separate that. You know, separating from this flesh. That's so. It's a heart thing, not the mind and the lips. It's within your heart, your intentions. You know, and that's with the purest intentions. That's where Yahuwah sits, is right on the heart. You know, so perhaps we're maturing here like fruit. We're not ripe yet.
Shabbat shalom, everybody. I hope everybody's doing all right. Y'all look wonderful, beautiful, and anxious, and full of the ruach, and all that good stuff. All right, we better get started, man. We got people coming and going. They're ready to roll. All right, so we are in Genesis, Barashith 11. So who wants to get us going today? We'll read chapter 11. Roz, do you have a question, or you want to read?
Now I have a question. We didn't go through you said we would read it and then we would go through it this week for chapter 10.
What's that? Say that again?
You said last week, we read it last week, but we would go through chapter 10. So we haven't gone through chapter 10.
Huh?
We didn't go through it line by line. We read it. I don't remember who it was that read it, but then you said, let's stop here and we'll go through it next week.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I thought we did. I mean, there's not a whole lot there. It's just genealogy, really. Anybody got any questions about chapter 10 from last week? Anything you want to talk about? It's just genealogy, basically, is all it really is. 32 is interesting. It says, these were the clans of the sons of Noah according to their generations in their nations. See that? In their nations. And from these, the nations were divided on the Eretz after the flood. I find that interesting. So there was a little bit of, there was some obedience to 9:1, where it says, and Elohim blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, bear fruit and increase and fill the Eretz. But there was also some disobedience going on here. And so I think what maybe what we're seeing here is a little bit of, like, okay, this is what they did, but now let's go back and go back to closer to the beginning and talk about it. You know what I mean? It's kind of backing up a little bit now in the 11. Okay. Before the nations were divided. See what I'm saying? Everybody following along with that? So it's not in chronological order. I say we're backing back. It seems to back up. Okay, to before men spread out. And we start in 11. Any thoughts, comments, questions on that? Roz, you good to go? All right. Who wants to read it? Chapter 11. Go ahead, June.
All right. And all the Eretz had one language and one speech.
Okay, stop. All right, see right there. So the whole world had one language and one speech. What was it? Chinese, Brazilian, Mexican, English, Apache,
Aberith, Hebrew.
What did you say it was?
Aberith, Hebrew.
Ebereth or Abrieth?
Is Aberith, Hebrew language.
Ebereth or Ibereth?
Because the E in Hebrew means a long A sound. That's why I said Aberith. And then usually the second E is a short A sound.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments on that one? Mr. Chance?
Yeah, I've been learning this language called Abarit from the man called Abar. The E doesn't exist in the pure tongue. It's a letter added from other languages. So I try to keep it as pure as possible, even though, you know, we add in these letters to try to make things more suitable for ourselves. But Eber with the E, this stuff was added in. And Yahusha's been teaching me this, that he comes from the line of Abraham, Abar. The language is Abarit, according to what I'm learning.
Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting. Go ahead, Roz.
Well, if you look at it this way, it's the Father's language. So they would be speaking something that was from above, not from the earth. And so then he changed it, and then everybody started speaking of the earth. That's how I look at it.
Ah. Are you saying everybody was speaking like a angelic type language?
Yeah. Then they changed it. Everybody tried to be like him when they started building the Tower of Babel and all that, because they thought that they were like him. They wanted to be him. But they couldn't, because nobody has it. Nobody is like him, the Father Yahuwah.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing when you really consider that all the Malachim and people, it doesn't really say in the Shemaim, but they definitely have their own language for sure, because Scripture says speaking in tongues can be the language of a messenger or the language of a man. So they definitely have their own language. And so the Eretz had one language and one speech. So it's specifically speaking of the earth, of man, but one language and one speech. It's not really saying anything about the heavenly, okay? In this statement, I'm just saying. But they do have their own language. So this seems to be the original language that Yahuwah gave man when he created mankind and Adam and Kuah, that everyone spoke the same language. There was not a variety of languages here. Now, we know that there's, in today's world, there's 6,800 plus languages. Okay. But at this particular time, there was only one. And so which language was it? You know what I'm saying? I don't think we were speaking the language of messengers on the earth. They have their own language. Okay. It's not really mentioned in the Shemaim here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's possible, but as we read through this, I think we'll see that it's not. But go ahead, Sandra.
Oh, I just wanted to add to what I said. The letter Ayin, it looks like a circle. Can everybody see that? It actually represents two letters. The letter E in our language and the letter A, depending on the context that it is in the word. So Ayin also represents the I. So even though we don't have a letter specifically E, that Ayin, when you're translating, can be an E or an A.
Yeah.
And when
So what she's saying is, if you have this, if y'all have this right here, you can look to the back here. So what she's saying is, you see the A in there, the A-N. It has the O there. It means I. It has a corresponding number 70. In Greek, it's omega with the infinity symbol there. And so in the Hebrew, it's an O there, A, but see over there in the Latin column, all the way to the left, it says E/A. The reason that's there is because there's no letter in Latin to correspond with the Hebrew, and that's why. And so the closest thing that we can come up with is an E or an A, which doesn't really, E doesn't really exist in Hebrew. Okay, the A does, the Aleph, but not the E. And I mean, look at it, you can see there's no E there. But since there's no corresponding letter in Latin to correspond with the Hebrew an, then that's why that E and the A is there. It can be used either way, depending on what somebody wants to do with it, really, because it really doesn't exist. You can't do it. The same with these. I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm just using common sense. If you're looking, you see the SH and the TS. You see them? The CH, where there's two letters. You see that? Why is that? Because there's really no way of saying those Hebrew letters in Latin. And so they combine two together to try to make a letter in Latin for the Hebrew. See what I'm saying? That's why that's happening there. Why there's two combined letters, and then there's really nothing for the AN, but they just put in the E and the A there so that, I guess that's what we need to, in other words, that's what we have to use because we don't have anything. But there really is no E in Hebrew, in the Paleo Hebrew. There's no E, there's no F, there's no V, there's no W, okay, in the Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew. I mean, look at the card. You can't find an E or an F or a Y or a W. They don't exist. Okay? See that? There's no C. Where are they? They're not there. Okay? So we're not experts at this by any means. Maybe we think we know what we're talking about, but maybe again we don't. And so everybody, we all need to learn the Hebrew language and more about it. And it's a great thing to do. I mean, it's honorable, it's merited, but we need to know what we're talking about before we try teaching things to other people. And that's why you see me not really doing it. I don't really get into that, do I? Have you ever seen me getting into that? No, because I don't really know what I'm talking about. Okay, I just know enough to get me in trouble is what I know. Okay. Chance knows a lot more than I do about it because I can listen to what he's saying. You can hear what the man's saying. You can tell he's been studying it. And so, just a big caution about what we're teaching about this stuff here. Where none of us are experts on language. At least I don't think we are. Maybe the closest one would be Chance or Lou, or Erictology. He's really good. He maybe be the best in the country. If you've ever seen his website, Erictology, man knows what he's talking about, man. He's good. Real good. Okay. So let's not quarrel over that. I don't know if any of us are experts enough to be quarreling. Okay. So let's just try to focus on what we're doing here and just not get off some crazy tangent here. Because people are watching us, we need to put forth a good image, a good, representation of Yahuwah, not Christianity. Christianity wants to argue and fight all the time, don't they? I mean, you can't hardly talk to a Christian or even a Muslim without them wanting to argue and fight about their religion. No, so we don't want to argue and fight about language that we really don't know what we're talking about, do we? I mean, we think we do, but we really don't. All right. Thoughts, comments, or questions? And all the Eretz had one language and one speech. What was it? Would this be the original language that Adam and Kua was given in mankind when he created? Did he not create them with the knowledge, the intelligence to speak, write, and read? Did he? Do you think mankind and Adam and Kua was created with the knowledge to read, write, and speak? And if they were, what was the original language that it's talking about here? And all the Eretz had one language and one speech. What was it? Yeah, that's true, Lorana. I've noticed that myself. The Muslims at this time fight more. Yeah, I mean, they want to kill you. You say something against Muhammad, they want to chop your head off. Yeah. I mean, it's some serious stuff here, man. I mean, I'm not trying to be harsh, about this. I'm just saying, sometimes we, like Christians and Muslims, they fight and they argue and quarrel and debate over things they don't even know what they're talking about. It blows my mind. But they're willing to kill you over something they don't even know what they're talking about. Something that somebody just told them and they believe it. They were raised that way. They learned the tradition of this religion and they're willing to fight over. I mean, I'm just saying, man. You need to come into reality here. Come to grips over this kind of stuff. All right. Anybody? Thoughts, comments, questions on this very first verse? Chance.
Yeah, it's understanding the script from its original, even if we look on the back of the bookmark and stuff, you can look at a lot of the signs, and you can see that the signs actually have a specific meaning. For example, Lamad has a picture of a shepherd's staff. Well, we know who our shepherd is. He leads us. Bayit has to do with house. What is in a house? A family, a household, So, what I'd like to just share is, the understanding it from that perspective. The language is more than just these signs. These signs actually have meaning. A door is an entrance, the dalat, a pathway, a gate, a way of life, the will of Yahuwah. The aleph is an ox, headship, power, strength, leader, taught, yoked, This is what Yahusha has been teaching me. I've been going on quite a journey with him on this. But what has come to me is the language of Abar. He taught us is Abarit. And these signs, I go over them all the time. Mark, I've been bringing a lot of this to you. But for example, I'll do one real quick and then I'll let it be. But Ruach. Ruach has to do with like what's inside of a man's head, the mind, the thoughts, the brain, right? We have the mind of Mashiach, you know, and then you go to U, adding, and then there's that letter CH in the back, Hat, which means separated or sealed. We're sealed for the day of redemption by the Ruach. So when you look at it from this perspective, we can't really argue it. This is what Yahusha brought to me. We have the mind and we're sealed. That's, you know, for like, you know, if there is any doubt, it's not really my words. This is what he's been teaching me. And I found a lot of stumbling points with the letters that don't exist trying to learn the pure tongue. I stumbled a little bit here. There's no I's, no O's, no E's, no V's, no F's, no W's, you know, but this is added in. So if you're trying to actually learn the pure tongue, we have to remove all the outside influences, stuff that doesn't belong into the pure lip. All these letters added in don't work. They don't have a meaning. Like, for example, the letter I. What does the letter I mean? We can attach it to Ayin and make Ayin be E and I and everything, but Ayin means A. It's the A in Yahusha. We are witnesses to Yahusha. That Ayin is a I. We experience, we see, we look, we watch, we perceive. It is a witness. You know, so when I was studying, I couldn't get the proper meaning behind these words without removing all the leaven. You know, the leaven is other vowels and other languages being brought into what is pure, if that makes any sense. You know, if we start adding these letters, it doesn't make any sense. When we take away the letters, now it opens up a whole new meaning. That's all.
Okay, so do you agree with this statement here?
I love Lou's work here, but I know there's no I in the ancient language. So A-Y-I-N, there's no I. That letter doesn't exist. Yahusha taught me this. There's no there's no I, there's no E, there's no O. None of these letters belong in the pure lip, period. They don't exist. That's added in stuff from other languages. English, Latin. Wherever we're pulling them letters, we need to remove those to get to the pure tongue and understand what Yahuwah is saying through the language he gave us. If we use letters that are from other languages, we don't get that stuff. We have our words are tangled. Doesn't make any sense. You know, no offense to anybody, and I don't want to debate on things, but I do know what Yahusha teaches me, and I can't be moved. There is no O, there is no E, there is no I. You know, they're not there. We can add things all we want, but it speaks for itself. It's just not there, you know. And when we take this in and we absorb that, we can actually start to look at everything from a this perspective of him. You know, I have this with me all the time, these signs right here. I don't know, it's good stuff, but I think that A in Ayin is the sign of an I. Yahusha, with that A back there, is the sign of an I. Yahusha, we witness the prophecy. That I is a witness, that I is experience, that I is to see, to watch, to know. That I represents a lot of things.
Okay, so what you're saying is an A-N, there should be, that I shouldn't be there, should just be A-Y-N.
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then, if there's an I or a E, it should be replaced with the A, is what you're saying. So Shemayim would be Shemayim? Yen? Shemayim?
Shemayim with a Y. Shemayim. With like Elohim, there's no I in Elohim. It's Elohim with a Y.
Oh, okay. So
you know?
Y there, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you say Y, listen to the sound. When I say Y, you hear the I in it. Y,
yeah.
you hear it?
Yeah.
So it's interesting, but I mean, it's just something that maybe is beyond my knowledge, but I understand what you're saying there for sure.
It's
And
always best, Mark, it's best if we just go to the master with this stuff because he's the one that taught me this stuff. This is not my teaching. This ain't from me. I can't understand this stuff. I was getting stuck here and was witnessing all these letters that don't exist in this language. And I let all these letters go and I redid the signs and the letters. Everything makes sense now. Everything. All of it comes together. It syncs. You know what I mean? It's connected. When I remove those letters, the I, the V, the O, the F, the J, the E, the W, non-existent. They're not there. We can add it all we want, but it ruins it. It ruins the meaning.
Yeah, there's no meaning there through the symbols. There's no meaning there, or what it means. Like, in other words, you see it. You guys see this? What he's saying here? That see, like Aleph means ox, and Beth means house. Gimel means camel. Daleth means door. A is window. Uah is hook. So what he's saying there's nothing there, and so we can't get the true meaning of the Yahuwah is speaking to us. Okay, so in that case, look at Zephaniah 3. This is kind of cool, really. So Zephaniah 3, I'm going to say 8 and 9, says this. Therefore wait for me, declares Yahuwah, until the Yom I rise up for plunder. For my decision is to gather nations, to assemble reigns, to pour out on them my rage, all my burning wrath. This is going to be at Armageddon, isn't it? It's talking about Armageddon. For by the fire of my jealousy, all the wretch shall be consumed. He's going to burn the earth up, right? For then I shall turn to the peoples. This would be after the earth is consumed by fire. So now we're talking about, we're going from Armageddon to the earth burning, the day of Yahuwah, and now we're going into the millennium reign. Watch this. For then I shall turn to the peoples a clean lip, so that they call on the name of Yahuwah to serve him with one shoulder. So in other words, he's going to return the clean lip, the pure lip, so that they can pronounce his name and call on his name. And so his name is what? Is it Greek? Is it Latin? Is it English? Is it German? What is it? It's Hebrew, right? And so if he's going to turn us back to the clean lip that can call on his name properly and in purity and cleanness, then it would be the original language that he gave man when he created mankind in Adam and Kuah. You see what I'm saying? So that what would that be then? And so he's going to restore us back, turn back, restore us, and that's what that means. Turn back, restore the clean lip, which has to be then, since it's the only language that can say his name properly, would be Hebrew. It has to be the original language spoken of here in Genesis 11. Okay? Everybody following along with that? Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions, or any different understanding than that? Can we say his name in any other language? Can it be translated in any other language than the original language that it was made in?
You know, that's such a great mystery there, because it says he'll turn us back to a pure lip, which means it's hinting at that language. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You're
it has
gonna,
to be original language. It has to be.
yeah, you're gonna have to know it to call on his name. You're gonna have to learn it. You're gonna have to know it. You know, and that's.
Hang on, Ishel. I'm going to get to you. Don't go nowhere. Yeah, we'll all be speaking the original language in the millennium, right? There's going to only be one language in the millennium, right? Go ahead, Ishel. Where'd she go? I saw her hand was up. Is she there, Oz?
She's looking for something now.
Oh, she had her hand up, though, didn't she? Or,
yeah.
You had your hand up.
What, she got a question for Speedy or something? What's she doing, man?
You want me to tell her? She's saying she doesn't want to anymore.
She does what?
She doesn't want to anymore.
Talk anymore.
Oh, okay. All right. Who else? Anybody comments, thoughts, questions on all this? Phyllis?
I just wanted to comment. Maybe someone already said this, but we don't translate names. We carry the name that it's made, the sound of the name in its original language. That's the only way you can say somebody else's name.
Yeah. You cannot say Yahuwah in any in you can say it in any language in the world. Okay, so we have 6,800 languages plus in the world. Every single language on this planet can say his name, Yahuwah. They all can, but they cannot translate it into their language and say it differently. Because if they do, how is he going to know that they're addressing him? He won't. So the same with any of us. What our names are is what they are in 6,800 languages. It does not change. It cannot change. Otherwise, how are you going to know that they're addressing you, talking to you, asking for you? You won't. They can't change your name. It's impossible. It's not even possible, man. It cannot be done. That's probably one of the biggest lies going around the earth created by Satan, that you can change your name in another language. It cannot be. But to say Yahuwah's name correctly, okay, the way it should sound, pure and clean, it can only be done in the Hebrew language. Okay, because listen how I say it. Yahuwah. Okay, now it sounds like maybe I've heard other people pronounce that differently. I mean, it sounds differently when they say Yahuwah than what it sounds like me. And so Yahuwah, okay? You hear that? It's sharp and short, okay? Yahuwah, okay? I've heard people say it all different ways. But in Hebrew, when they say Yahuwah, they have a deep throat sound at the end, like Yahuwah, Yahuwah. You hear that deep throat breath sound coming out of my throat, in the back of my throat? That follows his name because that represents the breath of life. And so if you leave that sound off of his name, you're removing the breath of life that we are, is what makes us all alive. So Yahuwah, in the way that they say it. And I can't even do it the way that they do it because it's kind of hard to make that deep-throated sound from the back of your throat. You haven't, been raised. It's kind of like Mexicans when they roll those R's. It's hard to do that, man. See what I'm saying? Unless you're really raised in that language. So if we all return back to the original language of Hebrew, we can speak and make these sounds properly, then we can say his name properly. And an example of that is I knew this Japanese guy one time when I was in the working, when I was out working, right? I'm retired now, but and he would say my name. He would this is what he would say, mock. He couldn't say the R, so he would say mock. So he was trying to say my name as close as he could make it sound the way it was supposed to sound, but he couldn't make it sound exactly like it was supposed to be because he couldn't say that R. So instead of saying Mark, he would say mock. I knew he was saying my name, but I also knew he wasn't saying it correctly. And I think this is what happens when we say Yahuwah is, he knows we're saying his name, but perhaps we're just not saying it correctly, like it really should sound. Everybody following along with what I'm saying? I'm getting some nasty looks, and I'm not appreciating that at all. Go ahead, Ross.
I've actually tried translating his name into different languages, and sometimes they change it to the WEH one. So it's Google and all of those, Safari, are all manipulating the name being translated, and which is very aggravating.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Chance?
I talk to this this wonderful woman at work sometimes, and I talk to her about Yahuwah, and she's like, she has a V in it because the Yahuwah with a V, and she said this is his name, and I said it's Yahuwah, and then I wrote it down on paper with a pen, and I showed her how the word connects. Yah, gives breath. Yah gives life. Yah, Yah gives life. You know what I mean? And she's like, oh yeah, in our country we call it Yahovah or Yahovah. And if you think about that, they take them V's and make it a B or an H, O's. If you sound out an O, you get oo. If you sound out a U, you get oo. So sometimes these vowels can get mixed up pretty bad, and it can, But yeah, I've heard that firsthand, and if we we change the identity, we change the authority if we change a name. If I went to Africa and somebody said, "What is your name?" I'm gonna tell them my name. I'm not gonna have a different name just because of his nationality. If I go to China, hey, what is your name? I'm gonna say my name is this. That's it. It's not gonna change because of your tongue. Now, whether you're able to pronounce it right with your accent, that's another matter in itself, right? But my name stays the same. The word, yeah, I think that word, we need to understand what's being said. So that gives credence to translation. But I guess the names prophesies of itself. Same with Yahusha. The names prophesy of themselves. Yah gives salvation, Yahusha. Yah gives life, Yahuwah. I don't know. It's pretty good. It's Yah gives life. Yah gives salvation. That's the names in short. That's what they represent,
Yeah. Go ahead, Ross.
Chance, I think what she's doing is, they've got the word Jehovah, and she's saying Yehovah. And so that's what all she's doing is changing the Y sound for it and keeping the same rest of the word, which, and
Yeah, that's the same thing I was thinking.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, that V sound, that's dangerous to use.
Yeah.
Got to be careful with that V sound. That's a modern expression. I mean, that's so modern, it's ridiculous.
That gives credence to the pure lip. Don't add letters that are not there, and you won't have that issue. Just get to the pure lip, and you won't have to dollygag with V's and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, the V was originally designed to say the ooh sound, just like the W, two U's, W is supposed to say the ooh sound. And so, but they, you know, progressed and became different sounding letters to fill in, the problem between the intermittent languages. So that's why that happened. But the V and the W were all supposed to say ooh, not the or wah. But people use those new inventions in place of the original sound, and they should not. They should never put a V or a W in where it's supposed to sound like ooh.
For them, it's
That distorts things and really causes confusion. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I believe Luke told me that the V came from Ashkenazi when the Yahudim were in Germany. They picked up a Germanized language.
Well, then I wouldn't be, would I?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, there's a thing on YouTube that says that's as we're breathing in and out.
Is there a little bit for Mama?
That it has the sound of it, and I that would help people.
We're not supposed to be making something.
Yeah, we've shown that on here a lot of times. Everybody check their mics. Not talking.
No, I'm not.
Oz, I think. There you go. Yeah, we've showed that video a lot of times on here. I have it. I could actually show it to you, but what it is inside of our bronchial tubes when we inhale and exhale. If you listen to that very closely, it says the name of Yahuwah, and the way it sounds is not quite like. It's weird because you can't hear the H's at all, okay, or the Y really. And so what it sounds like is like this. Ah, ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ah. That's what it kind of sounds like. And so if that's the proper way to say his name, we're all saying it wrong. But that's what that sounds like. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? I'll tell you something too, man, that my wife recorded a weird noise when we were at Los Lunas Rock, the stone. And if you put that up to your ear and Oz listen to it, he knows what I'm talking about. But if you take her phone and you stick it right on your ear, you can't hear it otherwise. You got to put it right on your ear. And it does that same sound as your bronchial tubes makes. Ah, ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ah. That's what it sounds like. That's really weird. It makes that same sound. So if that's his name, then we're all saying it wrong, aren't we? Ah, ooh, ah. Ah, ooh, ah. We gotta do that ah, at the end. If you don't, you're leaving out the breath of life. If you don't make that sound. So, I mean, that's why a lot of people freak out over saying his name because, we don't know what it is. You don't know how to pronounce it, blah, 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 blah. We shouldn't be saying it because we're butchering it and all this and that. And there's no way that we can say it unless we can speak Paleo Hebrew like they did, back in the day, right? But no, that's not really true, is it? Because if you look at the 6,800 languages on the planet and they say my name and they butcher it, Mach or Ma or Mach or whatever, because they can't quite say it properly, I still know they're talking to me. Yeah. And I don't get offended by that just because they can't say it right. So I think that Yahuwah, in the millennium reign, and especially the eternal reign, we're all going to be speaking Hebrew, and we're going to be pronouncing his name exactly the way it's supposed to sound. He'll teach it to us. No worries. No worries at all. Chance, go ahead.
just to the esteem of our Zadok Abba, I just have to say, isn't it like fire when you say his name? That's
Is
how
it
you
what?
should. Isn't it like fire coming on you when you say his name? Because it is for me. If I look up and I say Yahuwah, I feel fire. I feel like he comes right there and is saying it. And, if we call upon the name, won't we be delivered? If we are calling upon the name of Yahuwah, won't we be delivered? So there's power. There's a power in his name. There's a Ruach attached to that name. Yahuwah is Abba of Ruachim. When I go like this, Yahuwah, with my heart, it's like a fire. It comes on to me. It's like a fire. It burns. It comes down my whole body. It's like a presence. Hallelujah. That is Yahuwah's name. We should already know our Father hears us when we call upon his name. Yahuwah. That is his name.
I don't feel nothing when I call on his name, like you're saying. I mean, other than I feel that I'm saying the correct name. But what happens to me is when I hear other names like Jehovah and Jesus and this kind of stuff, or Lord and God, it hurts my ears. It makes me cringe inside. I don't know why. As soon as somebody says that, I go like that. It makes me hurt. It's really weird, man. But his true name really just feels clean to me, like a breathing fresh air, real relaxed and calm feeling. That's what I get off of that. But those other names make me cringe. It's like, I don't want to, when they say it, I don't go, oh, you're hurting my ears. Don't say that. But inside, that's what I feel like. So it has kind of like an adverse effect on me. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? And we all feel different about things, There's no right or wrong in that. Just like when we get immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, everybody has a different experience when they receive the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh, and there's no right or wrong in that. All right. Thoughts, comments, or questions? Are we all experts in Hebrew now? Oh, yeah. All right, let's go, June. Let's continue on. So anyway, this language, the Rets had one language and one speech was Hebrew. There's no doubt about it. It was the original language, okay? All right, let's go.
Chapter 11, verse 2. And it came to be, as they set out from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said to each other, come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and they had asphalt for mortar. And they said, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top is in the Shemaim, and make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered over all the face of the Eretz.
Okay, stop. Okay, so everybody realizes that this is after the deluge, right? After the flood. Everybody following along with that? This is after the flood, man. Okay, so it says that they all set out from the east. And it came to be as they set out from the east that they found a plain. See, so they all kind of migrated together. You see that? So this is way before the nations were divided. See what I mean? So we're backtracking here. See what I'm saying now? Okay, so they all went out and they settled and they built a city. And so did Cain. Remember we were talking about Cain? But that city was probably destroyed in the flood. All right. And so this is after the flood. So now they went out and now they're building themselves a city. Okay. And they're all together. They all migrated together. Everybody following along with that? Okay. And what does this mean? Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top is in the Shemaim. They want to build a tower that's really up into the clouds, right? Really high. and make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered over the face of the earth. So what does that mean? What are they talking about doing here? Make a name for ourselves. What does that mean specifically? Phyllis?
It sounds like pride. I mean, that's my first impression of that is pride, and they think that they are somebody worth remembering.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I mean, anybody else? What do you think that means, Joe?
Like she said, it's like they're thinking of themselves, wanting everybody to look at them.
Okay, so it says, let us and make a name for ourselves. And so let's take a name, for instance. Let's say Moscow. Okay. If they make a name for themselves and they build a city, name it Moscow, what happens at that point? Like, do they become a fortress? Do they become like a nation? Do they are they like taking a stand, planting a flag and saying, this is us united and together against everything and everybody? Could this be the beginning of nationalism, Phyllis?
I'm confused about who they're united against. If everybody was here and everybody was deciding, then who are they going to make a name for against who? So there must have been other people spread out over the earth. They wouldn't be concerned about making a name for themselves on the Eretz if there weren't other people there.
Go ahead. Manux, go ahead.
What I think it is because the reason they're making a tower is because they want to be up high like Yahuwah. So that's why when they say make a name for themselves, it's because they want to be like him, so that they have their own name.
Very good. And so they're actually setting themselves against Yahuwah, aren't they? So this is Yahuwah that they're against.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Very good, man. Very good. Because there was nobody else around. They just migrated together very close to after the flood. Okay, so least we be scattered over all the face of the Eretz. Okay, now there, right there, that's disobedience. Because they were commanded to disperse over 9:1 in Genesis 9:1. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, bear fruit and increase and fill the Eretz. So this 11:4 here is opposition to what Yahuwah told them to do when they came off the ark. So this is disobedience. So what's going on here then? They're against Yahuwah. They want to build a city, make a tower up into the sky, to make a name for themselves, and to be opposed to Yahuwah. That's what's going on here, isn't it? Go ahead, Chance.
I can see some similarities when they were Adam and Kuah were in the garden and their eyes were open. They'd be like Elohim, knowing good and evil. And this kind of seems like that's the offshoot of that seed there. They're exalting themselves, building high places, being proud in their heart and prideful, making a tower to reach Yahuwah. You know what I mean? This is like an evil seed sprouting. It's coming forth and bringing forth that evil fruit. you know.
Oh, go ahead, Ross.
Isn't every church steeple that?
That's a good point. Obelisks, steeples, they do represent high towers in a way, don't they? I mean, you know what? That's pretty wild that you said that, because maybe that is supposed to depict the Tower of Babel. Maybe. Who knows? I mean, that's all comes from Nimrod. That's all Nimrod stuff, man. And we're going to get into Nimrod here in a minute. Anybody else? Any thoughts or comments or questions on that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Your grandson has a question.
You got a question? No. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this stuff? On this particular one? The one thing I want to, we're going to get into this Nimrod stuff here in just a minute. But if y'all had, any of y'all have this? This is a really good book if you've never read it, man. I mean, it's really good. I'll show you a few things on that as we get going here in this chapter a little bit deeper here. All right, so they're being disobedient. They're like they're taking a stand that they're against Yahuwah. Maybe because he flooded the earth and killed everybody, right? Maybe they're mad at Yahuwah for that. Maybe they're conspiring against Yahuwah because he made the flood come and killed everybody. So they're opposed to his command, and they're being disobedient out of rebellious. They're being rebellious here. Anybody got any thoughts or comments or questions about that? Yeah. Oh. No? All right. Well, let's continue on then, Jim. See what else we can get into.
Chapter 11, verse 5. Then Yahuwah came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built. And Yahuwah said, look, they are one people, and they all have one language. And this is what they begin to do. And now they are not going to be withheld from doing whatever they plan to do. Come, I will examine and make foolish the recognition of their language, so that they do not understand one another's speech. And Yahuwah scattered them from there over the face of all the Eretz, and they left off building the city. That is why its name was called Babel, because there Yahuwah confused the language of all the Eretz, and from there Yahuwah scattered them over the face of all the Eretz.
Okay, stop. Okay, so amazing here, right? So since they were rebelling against Yahuwah's command, what did he do? He made them do it, right? So he forced them, he scattered them, he made them disperse throughout the entire earth. And the way that he did that was confounded their languages. So the groups of people that could understand each other became a little group or a tribe, and they took off together, right? And got away from the people that they couldn't understand. So throughout all the different languages, the people gathered together within that group that they could understand each other, and they went somewhere else and settled away from them. Interestingly, the Tower of Babel here was unfinished. You see that? And Yahuwah scattered them from there over the face of all the Eretz, and they left off building the city. Okay, so the Tower of Babel was undone, unfinished, and it has become a huge pagan symbol, hasn't it? Does anybody know why that would be? Why is the unfinished Tower of Babel so important to the pagans? Phyllis?
Because it represented rebellion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anybody else? What is rebellion? Anybody know? Where does Scripture tell us that's what's rebellion? Where's it at in Scripture? Anybody know? If somebody don't find it, I'm going to do my most favorite thing in the world and share screen. Y'all don't start getting busy here. Okay, so that would be in 1 Samuel. Go to 1 Samuel. It's 1 Samuel 15. 1 Samuel 15:23 says, "For rebellion is as the sin of divination, and stubbornness is as wickedness in idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of Yahuwah, he also does reject you as sovereign." Okay, so rebellion is like the sin of divination, and stubbornness is as wickedness in idolatry or witchcraft, even priestcraft, if you want to, if you will. Okay, so rebellion is basically you're worshiping death, is what they're doing, which would then be what? The devil, right? So rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, priestcraft, whatever you want to call it. And stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Same thing as idolatry. If you're being stubborn. Anybody being stubborn today out there? Y'all being stubborn? Hope not. All right. So rebellion is witchcraft. So what does that mean? I mean, it's witchcraft is what? I mean, they're summoning up demons. You know, they're collaborating with the devil and with demons. That's what witchcraft is. They're calling on the demons to do miracles for them or to hurt other people for them. Cast spells. Roz, go ahead.
Oh, but to hear them tell of it, there are some that are white, there are some that are green, and there's some that are darkness. But they're all the same. It doesn't matter. They're all the same. They all deal with Satan.
That's right. It's all about Satan. Look, here it is. Listen to this. Unless you worship Yahuwah, okay? And Yahuwah is one. His worship is one. Everything is one. If you worship, praise anything else at all besides Yahuwah, you're worshiping the devil. It's Satan is who you're worshiping. I don't care what it is. If it's anything other than Yahuwah, you're worshiping the devil. It's that simple. It really is that simple. Let me share screen here. Do my most favorite thing in the world to do. That's right, Mr. Chandler. You're correct. Rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. That's correct. All right, here we go. I'm going to do my most favorite thing in the world, and Speedy's most favorite thing in the world as well, and that is share screen. Speedy loves to share screen. He just loves it. All right, so here it is. So this is a depiction of what we kind of just read. All right, and so this on the right-hand side here is depicting the unfinished Tower of Babel, okay? And then on the left there, the screen here is also depicting the unfinished Tower of Babel. But this is the European Parliament in Strasbourg, okay? And, you know, what is that? What in the world is that? Okay, so this is depicting the unfinished Tower of Babel, in meaning that these people worship the devil, man. There's no doubt about that. This is devil worship, Satan worshiping. This is real. This really exists. They have I'm forgetting my train of thought here. Thinking about too many things at once. In Brussels, Belgium, I also have this deal. I'll show it to you. Here it is. European Union world headquarters is in Brussels, Belgium, right? Dig this. Oh, hang on, Ross. I'll get you. I just want to finish showing this. All right. Not United Nations, but I can't remember what I just said. European Union world headquarters in Brussels, Belgium, right here. See their flag? It's got the 12 stars here. See that? European Union world headquarters, Brussels, Belgium. It's designed after the unfinished Tower of Babel. This is real. Go ahead, Ross. Can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the thing wouldn't click. I don't know if everybody remembers this, but the cone heads, they were from France. And it's kind of like that was truth in plain sight, letting you know, because isn't a cone, wouldn't that be kind of like the Tower of Babel?
Or witches had a power. A witch's power had a power. It could be that too. But yeah, I'm sure. You know, they got the design probably from that. I mean, I don't know. But the point seems to indicate that it's finished, where the Tower of Babel is unfinished, you know. But
it also alludes to fallen angels and stuff like that, too.
Yeah, here's a statue of the woman riding the back of the beast. That's what this depicts. Okay, and you know, Revelation 17. That's what this statue is depicting. So you tell me, do these people know what they're doing, man? Do they know what they're doing? You better believe they do. And what are they doing? They're worshiping Satan. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Isn't usurping the rainbow the same thing? It's a slap in the face. It's rebellion. I mean, usurping by the,
I think so, yeah. I mean, this is all just some crazy stuff. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, this Babel stuff spiraled into a great deal of problems for all of humankind. You know, we got the Greeks, the Persians, the Romans. These kingdom turned into quite a rulership. Like the beast system is derived from this Babel incident. You know, the whole beast authority is from Shaitan, and it's based on rebellion and witchcraft. It's a system of control, and this Babel is the start of it right here.
That's right. Go ahead, Ross.
There's also the throne room of the Pope is a snake. And then they've also got the thing behind him that's got, well, it's got the JC in there, and it's just it's got a lot of things that are symbolic of anti-Yahusha.
Oh yeah, that's the headquarters of it all, is the Vatican City. So here's the Trinity, Trinitarians, God, and this is really showing you where they're getting all this. These are Egyptian gods here. Okay, notice the IHS. This is what that you're talking about, Ross, where they say this means the J man, is what they say. This IHS says J man. Okay, but it doesn't. It stands for these three characters here, these Egyptian gods. You see it? IHS. It don't mean the J man. They're lying. It means these three trinities. This Trinity God of the Egyptians. Okay, and anybody else got anything to say? I'm going to do a little bit more screen sharing there. I got to find this stuff. Go ahead, Ross.
This can be taken into so many different directions. You know, we've got the firmament. Every dome that's out there is like the Superdome here in New Orleans. That's mimicking what's up above us. So, I mean, and then the flag, the 13 stripes on it, mimics the stripes that he had on his back. So there's so much idolatry out there. It's past ridiculous.
Yeah, it's horrible, really. But here's remember that I just showed you. This is what they say means the J man here. Okay, this is in the Vatican. See the IHS? I just showed you what that means. That's the name of those three Egyptian gods. Okay, look at the sunburst. This is the sun. Okay, and these are the sunburst here. The IHS, the Tritarian Egyptian God, and this cross right here, it represents the sun. That's the sunbursts. That's what it is, and obviously this is all sun worship, but that's just on the outside. That's the cover of the book. Inside, it's Satan worship. Remember I just told you? Everything and anything other than Yahuwah is worshiping the devil. The devil gets the credit for it. He gets the praise. The worship goes to Satan. If it's anything at all other than Yahuwah, he gets it, the worship. So they're all worshiping Satan here. Look at it. What a monstrance. And that's what they actually call it in Latin. This is a monstrous in Latin. It's nasty, isn't it? See that IHS? They try to tell you that means the J-man. But y'all know better than that now, don't you? Doesn't mean the J-man at all, does it? So, yeah, I mean, we can go on and on with this. I'll show you another thing here. This is quite sickening. I'm going to show it to you anyway. I hope you didn't eat breakfast yet, because you might throw up your breakfast when I show you this. Okay, so this is the what they call the throne of Satan, but they call it, it's supposed to. They say it depicts the resurrection. It's what they say, but look at this nasty thing. Okay, so here's the Pope. Okay, here's the Jesuits on each side of the Pope. This is the Pope. Okay, and this is the throne of Satan inside the Vatican. It's in the Vatican Hall, Vatican Hall. This where they have their assemblies. They look at that throne. This is the death. These are all skulls here. This right here, you see this figure right here with his arms stretched up? Half of his skull is a man. The other half is a serpent. So this is the Antichrist, and it's showing you that the serpent will be incarnated as a man. And so the Antichrist will be the devil incarnated. That's what this is letting you know. Let's see. What else we got for you? These people know what they're doing, you think? Or are they just flying by the seat of their pants here? What do y'all think? I'm going to show you a close-up now of that head. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, Latin is a dead language. That's what they always say about it. And so I've also heard that Latin is Satan's language. And so wouldn't that fit that it's the dead language? Even though they're speaking it, it's a dead language because it's belonging to Satan.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the old Latin is, but the Latinos speak Latin, so it's not dead. I mean, that's what the Latinos do. The Spanish people, they speak Latin, but it's a modern Latin. The old ancient Latin is a dead language. But yeah, it is. But don't forget, the Latinos do speak Latin, so they call them Latinos. So this is that, well, I was telling you, this is that statue on the throne of Satan. Here's a close-up of the head. See his arms spread out there? Look at the arm. These dead people grabbing a hold of the arm here, right? All these dead people. So here it is. So half of the face is human. The other half is a serpent. This is letting you know that the Antichrist will be Satan incarnated coming as a man. He's mimicking the Messiah, isn't he? But he's the anti-Messiah. Just the word Messiah itself suggests Messiah-like. All right, so look at that, and they're letting you know in plain sight that the Antichrist is going to be the devil incarnated. This is right on the throne that was right what the Pope was sitting on in the Vatican City. Isn't that crazy? The devil, he likes to imitate Yahuwah in any way possible. And so since Yahuwah body of light was transformed into a body of flesh, and he pitched his tent among us. That's what the devil wants to do. He wants to do everything that Yahuwah did. And so that's why the third temple, the literal temple, will be built in Jerusalem. It's going to happen. It's getting very close to happening now. And it's going to be a forgery, of course. They're going to call it the temple, the Hekel of Yahuwah, but it's really a forgery. And this Antichrist dude here, he's going to go up on that Temple Mount, and he's going to enter into the temple of Yahuwah, which is going to be a forgery. He's going to sit in there on the throne in the Holy of Holies, and he's going to proclaim to be Yahuwah, and he's going to be worshipped as Yahuwah by the multitudes, by the throngs that are going to be attracted to him through the program name. He's going to come in his own name. And his name is Zeus, which is a sun god. And so Jesus is Jesus, meaning Hail Zeus or son of Zeus. And he's going to come in that name. If he doesn't come in the name of the J-Man, he's going to come in the name of Jehovah. Jehovah is a Hebrew word that's been molested. And it really means, it comes from may his name be blotted out, but it in itself, it means wicked or ruin. Okay, and so he may come in that name because he is wicked and ruin. He calls us ruin, right? He's the son of destruction. Destruction means ruin. So he may come in that name. He may even come in the name of Yeshua. Because if you drop the A, then you have an acronym that means may his name be blotted out. And they use that in the Talmud because they're against his name. They hate his name. They've always hated his name. All right. All right, back to the Tower of Babel now. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions up to this point on this unfinished Tower of Babel? It has become really a symbol of the pagans, of Satan worship. It really has. And these people, I mean, Europe is heavy paganism, always has been. You know, you have Rome there. They've always had them statues and worship Jupiter and all that and everything. Apollo. You got the Greeks. They're Athens. They've always worshipped Zeus and all the the Greek mythology. All that stuff it comes out of Europe. The Germanic tribes, the Germans, the Norwegians. They've all, the Irish. They're all heavy pagan, man. Always have been. So is there any wonder that the Antichrist is going to come out of Europe? I'd say more than likely he will be. Come out of Europe. Probably a Roman. My guess. But anyway, back over here to Genesis 11 now. Why do you think that there's a really good chance that the anti-Messiah will come out of Europe? Anybody know what Scripture tells us to lead us to believe that? Go ahead, Ross.
I'm not answering that part of it, but I wanted to say that there is a JC statue that has got cloven feet. That's in Europe.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Let me see if I can find that.
I want to say it's German too.
Would you ask your question again, please?
Who, me?
The question was, we're at in Scripture. Does it give us the hint that the anti-Messiah is going to come out of Europe? Is what I'm asking. Y'all should know that. We went over it more than once. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything like that. See if you can find it, Ross. I don't see, if you find it, email it to me. I don't see anything on here showing it. All right, so does anybody know? Well, go to Revelations 13. I mean, we could start in Daniel. We'll do. I don't want to get way too off here. I'm just on Dan. You guys get me on this tangent. You know I'm gonna be on it for hours, right? Y'all know I love this Revelation stuff. Get me started on Revelations. Look out. But 13, Revelations 13:1, and 13:2, I mean, really. But it says, and I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast coming up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his head names of blasphemy. And the beast I saw was like a leopard, and his feet was like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his power and his throne and great authority. Then it goes on and starts talking about the rebirth of the Holy Roman Empire, the anti-Messiah, the false prophet. But this right up here, if you understand that these animals are symbolic of nations, you have to understand who the nations are that these are depicting. So the leopard would be, and I saw a leopard, that's Germany, and the feet was like the feet of a bear, that's Russia, and the mouth of a lion is England. And so these are all European countries. So since the beast is European, and we just saw that the throne of Satan's there, actually, the throne of Satan is actually in Berlin, Germany. It was moved from Turkey over into Germany, and it sets in Berlin. Okay. And so why wouldn't the Antichrist come from Europe? These are all European nations. The throne of Satan's in Berlin. You know, the other throne of Satan's in the Vatican. What I just showed you. I'll show you the throne of Satan in Berlin. So there you see, you put all this together, and I mean, there's very little doubt that the Antichrist is not going to come out of Europe. I mean, World War I was started there. World War II was started there. More than likely, World War III will be started there, although it's supposed to begin at the river Euphrates. But you better believe Europe's going to have a hand in that. I mean, we can go crazy on this subject, but let me see. I just saw it a moment ago. Here it is. Here it is. So let me do my most favorite thing in the world and share screen. Oh boy, Speedy's getting excited now. All right, here you go. This is the throne of Satan. Look at Revelations 4. I mean, not 4. Revelations 2. Revelations 2:12. Everybody there? Revelations 2:12. And to the messenger of the assembly of Pergamum, write, he who has the sharp two-edged sword says this, I know your works and where you dwell, where the throne of Satan is. And you hold fast to my name and did not deny belief in me, even in the Yamam in which Antipas was my trustworthy witness, who was killed near you where Satan dwells. Okay, so this is the throne that was in Pergamum, and it got moved over to Berlin. It is now in Berlin, Germany. Why? Did you know World War I was started by the Germans and World War II was started by the Germans? And probably World War III, well, they'll be highly involved in that. Did you know that the Germans were the head of the Holy Roman Empire? Most people think it was the Italians, but it was not. It was the Germans that headed the Holy Roman Empire. Kind of weird they moved Satan's throne there, isn't it? So that's what I'm saying. You put all this together, it's highly likely, that the Antichrist is coming from Germany. It's where he'll be, or at least Europe. Okay, let me show you one more thing here now. Go ahead, Ross.
That brings up the scripture about Japheth, isn't that, or Japheth, isn't that also the tribe that got, the son of Noah that got Europe, right? And it says that he's going to be in the tent of Shem. So there's two ways of looking at that, he's actually in and taking over the tent of Shem, or that he's at the shirt tail of Shem, or, wanting to be with Yahuwah. But I sent it to you in the email.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll look at it here in a second. All right, let me show you this first. Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Got excited. All right, here we go. Foul mouth. Says Speedy did that to me. He's aggravating me. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, this is inside Vatican, man. This is that same Vatican Hall. All right. And looky here. You see these fangs of the serpent here? I mean, look at their light system. It looks like a serpent. Look at these windows. These are the eyes. You look at these little peepee holes here. And look at the scales. And here's that stage is the mouth. And you see the fangs here? The fangs? Well, right between the fangs is that throne of Satan you were just looking at where the Pope was sitting. That's where he's at. He's sitting right there between them fangs on that throne. This is the Vatican. Crazy, right? Okay, so yeah, man, we can go on and on with this. Hey. All right, so let me see what your email says. That's it. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I've seen that before. Now that you're putting it up there. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Would you mind telling me where the assembly of Pergamum? It says that is where the throne of Satan is, but where is that again? Pergamum in Germany?
Yeah, it's over there in modern day Turkey.
Oh, Turkey.
They called it Asia in the scripture. It was called Asia, but it really is in the what they call that part of Turkey, the Middle East there. I can't think what they call that now. There's a name for it. Let me share screen this thing that Ross sent. I'll think of it in a minute, Phyllis, and it'll come to me. Yeah.
Was it Mesopotamia?
No. No, that's not it. Let me see now. How am I going to get that on there? Let me see. Maybe I can stick it over here and do it. Hang on. For some reason, it's not letting me show it. It's not there either. They got it. Okay. All right, come on now. Now I bet you I can do it now. Hang on a minute. The share screen thing's kind of tricky, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's letting me do it now. So here it is. So that's what she's talking about. So this is supposed to be the J-man, obviously. You can see it's in the Vatican. And, look at the sun around his head here, this halo. This is the sun. So this is what they're calling the sun god to them. And you see the clover feet here, like a goat on the bottom here. It's got goat feet. And the sun. And so who is this? Goat man here that they're calling the J-man. Well, this statue is Satan. It's depicting Satan for sure. Everybody seeing that's Satan and why that's Satan? All right. Anybody got any other thoughts, comments, or questions on any of this? I'm going to get off of this tangent. Go ahead, Chance. Asia Minor. Thanks, Kate. Asia Minor, Phyllis. That's what it is now. It's called Asia Minor. Yeah. Back in the scriptures, though, it's called Asia. Remember when Yahuwah, the Ruach HaKodesh, told Paul not to go to Asia? He wanted to go to Asia. And the Ruach HaKodesh told Paul not to. Remember that? So he went way around. Remember that? Well, that's why he told him not to go, because the guy here was killed there. It's, Antipas was my trustworthy witness who was killed near you where Satan dwells. So that's why he told Paul not to go there, because if Paul would have went there, Paul would have gotten killed. And so these assemblies here, these 7 assemblies, churches, are the beginning of denominations, is what they are. Okay, this is where denominations came from, and you can see that these aren't good places. They try to tell you that these are Christian churches and the succession of Christianity. It's a lie. With this, it might be. But what this really is here is that all these people are worshiping Satan, man. These are satanic temples. Look, the throne of Satan's there, where Satan dwells. They're worshiping the Yasha Isabel. The Nickelodeons are there. This is not Christian churches. These are temples of Hashatan. Because that's all a big lie too. With Christianity, they just pour it on, don't they? It's just ridiculous, the stuff they teach. Anyway, thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, go ahead.
Yeah, what brings up to me when you showed us that IHS it seems to me that even before any of these denominations were created, that this sun symbol was being worshipped as a sun, you know, commemorating the day of the sun. As you could probably see in our weekly calendars, we have a day of the sun commemorating that day for them, you know, and it's like, you know, even before Christian and Catholic came, this ancient sun symbol has been worshipped for longer than we know. You know what I mean? And that's just,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah, all over the world too. Yeah, it's not just in Europe, man. I mean, everywhere they found sun worshipers on every continent.
You know, and I also, to add to the European thing, is don't they splash this JC character's face all over everywhere as a European man? They got an image of this JC character as like some guy with longer hair, and he's like an European looking guy. Kind of strange.
Yeah. Yeah. And thanks for saying that, because I get to share screen, do my most favorite thing and Speedy's most favorite thing, and continue to share screen. All right. So here we go. Here's what he's talking about. This is good old Borgia. Borgia, I think his name was. He was a Caesar here, this dude right here. And they're saying that this is how they came up with the image of the J man, which is right here. You know, but obviously, if he did, you know, he looks like an Italian, not a Hebrew. But notice the Anglo-Saxon Messiah rather than a Hebrew Messiah. So just look at him. He's got long, flowing brown hair, almost blonde. And he's got blue eyes. He's got elongated nose. He's got a beard, you know, white skinned, Saxon type look to him, Anglo-Saxon. He signed after Caesar there. And believe it or not, every region, every race has the J man, okay? The J man looking like them. These are the one that looks like a Chinese, one that looks like a Central African guy, you know, one that looks like a, you know, Egyptian, one that looks, you know, like a whatever, Indian, you know, Hindu looking dude. But they're all the J man. They just want him to look like them, you know, instead of a Hebrew. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, when Yahuwah descended upon the mountain in fire, he gave us no form or image to worship, knowing that this, you know, this has been a common thing within all the world here is image worship. And he said it very specifically, do not worship a man or image, a fish, anything in the Shemaim, the Arats, nothing. And he showed us no form, but just a great consuming fire. And that was like, you know, and here we are.
That's
Worshiping
right.
images.
Yeah, this is an image. There's no doubt about it. Here's his progression. And, the European dude, man. You see how this is all the ways they've depicted him. Here he is as a Japanese right here. Here he's a Hindu here. But these are all the different ways. Here he's black. He's an African. Different European countries as well. But these are all pictures of the J-man. Boy, tell you what. It's pretty crazy, right? So I guess they can't agree on, what nation he came from, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe they're trying to say he looks different to every nation. To every nation, he's got a different look, I guess. To every person. Yeah. How weird is that, man? Come on. Any other thoughts, comments? Go ahead, Ross.
We're coming up on 'tis that season, and everybody should know that Santa is Satan, and also that, well, they have demonic things that they use, like as Santa Claus. I forget the terms that they are, but each country, Germany's got a particular one that represents it. The Netherlands has theirs, and several other countries.
Check out Ireland's. Want to see Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're all demons, and they capture children, and they change
That's
them.
not a good-looking Santa Claus. He looks like he's a mean one.
Got the horns.
Got the horns going on. I don't know if I want that dude coming down my chimney in my house. He look mean. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? All right. So, yeah, Europe, they have this unfinished Tower of Babel at several different places, and they have buildings looking like that, half built, and so forth and so on. So, I don't know, man. They have those stars on their flag, the European Union. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Right? You do, don't you? No? Oh, boy, I get to share screen again. I'm having fun now. Doing my most favorite thing in the whole world. There we go. Here's the European Union flag. More than likely, this was the rebirth of the Holy Roman Empire. Now, their flag, they say that this here is depicting, the 12 tribes of Israel. But what this really is, what this flag really is, the real meaning behind this is Mary worship. And they're worshiping Mary. Catholicism here. So they're getting that from Revelations, where the woman had 12 stars around her head, the great sign. All right. And so if you go there, they're so messed up in their paganism, it's ridiculous. Go to Revelations. 12. And it says, and a great sign was seen in the heaven, an Asha clad with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. Okay. And being pregnant, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. Okay. So, and then there was another sign of a great fiery red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns. And his tail drew the third of the stars of the heaven and throws them to the Eretz. And then the dragon stood before the Asha, who was about to give birth, to devour her child as soon as it was born. Okay, so what this is all about Israel, isn't it? Israel and the birth of the Messiah coming out of Israel is what this is all about. And so they say that these 12 stars here are are about this, but really it's not. It's really about Mary worship, because they don't see this as Yisrael. Here they see this as Mary. Okay, and so they twist it to mean that this is Mary in the Immaculate Conception, the Immaculate Conception of Mary and the Messiah, and so they worship Mary is what they do. It's Mary worship. Any comments, thoughts, or questions? All right, let's continue on then.
We're in Genesis 11, verse 10. This is the genealogy of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and he brought forth Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. And after he brought forth Arpachshad, Shem lived 500 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Arpachshad lived 35 years and brought forth Shalach. And after he brought forth Shalach, Arpachshad lived 403 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Shalach lived 30 years and brought forth Eber. And after he brought forth Eber, Shalach lived 403 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years and brought forth Peleg. And after he brought forth Peleg, Eber lived 430 years and brought forth sons and daughters.
Okay, hang on a minute. Is this Eber here, or Aber? Is this the one that the Hebrew language was named after?
You already on.
That's him, right? Okay. Anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Okay, so at this point, they were scattered, right? And they went out and they went to the different little areas, and they all spoke different languages. So did Shem, since Eber came from Shem, did Shem continue to speak Hebrew after all the languages were confounded? Did he? He must have, right? So Shem continued to speak the original language, whereas all the other ones started speaking different language than the original language. Had to. So since Shem was speaking Hebrew, and all his genealogy, all his lineage here had to continue to speak Hebrew, right? From Shem all the way down to Eber. So why does Eber get the credit as the father of the Hebrew language? Why is it named after him? Shouldn't it have been named after Shem? Or how about one of his brothers or sisters? So from Eber, we get the term Hebrew, and he is credited as the father of the Hebrew language. Why? He wasn't the original one that spoke Hebrew. Shem should have been that, if anything. I mean, they all spoke it until Yahuwah confounded the language at the Tower of Babel. So obviously Shem and his line continued to speak the original language, because Eber is credited as the father of the Hebrew language. But why? Somebody. Nobody? I answered that. All right. So it don't really make a lot of sense. Okay. So you gotta kind of like read between the lines, kind of use a little bit of you have your imagination a little bit, and maybe even a hint of common sense here. But obviously, then all these other people begin to develop a different dialect, possibly different words, and they went off the original and started maybe they have maybe a mixed up language. Maybe they even begin to talk a different language. So for some of these people are living 400 years old, and even older. So could they have developed? It's like Mexican, okay? So you have people from Spain, okay, and they speak perfect Spanish, right? And then it comes down through into Puerto Rico, down into South America and Central America, it starts getting diluted. And actually, a person in Spain that speaks perfect Spanish can't hardly understand somebody from Mexico. But they're both speaking Spanish. Why? Well, according to them, Mexicans have a lot of slang words, made up words and slang in their Spanish. And so the Spanish can't understand what they're saying, even though they're both speaking Spanish. So this is what could have happened here. And then Eber continued to speak the pure lip correctly and his line correctly. So therefore, at this point in history, where everybody else was all slang, you talking slang and dialects and all mixed up with our languages, his language stayed pure Hebrew. And so he became the father of the Hebrew language. It's anything I can think of. Go ahead, Chance.
Something I was just thinking about too is Shem means name, right? And if Shem comes, then his son would be Abar, right? And then Abar, from the same line of Abraham, was the father of many nations. Maybe this is like a low-key prophecy being fulfilled. If we look at it from genealogy terms, you got Shem, the name, had a son named Abar, and then Abar came from the line of Abraham, which is father of many nations. So this seed line right here would be the covenant seed coming from Abraham.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems to break off from Shem to Eber and then to Abraham or Abram. So it does seem to follow that way. But okay, let's continue on, Jim, and see what it does.
Verse 18. And Peleg lived 30 years and brought forth Reu. And after he brought forth Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years and brought forth Serug. And after he brought forth Serug, Reu lived 207 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and brought forth Nachor. And after he brought forth Nachor, Serug lived 200 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Nachor lived 29 years and brought forth Terah. And after he brought forth Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and brought forth Abram, Nachor, and Haran. And this is the genealogy of Terah. Terah brought forth Abram, Nahor, and Haran brought forth Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldeans. And Abram and Nachor took wives. The name of Abram's Asha was Sarah, and the name of Nachor's Asha Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yiscah. And Sarah was barren. she had no child. And Terah took his son Abram and his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarah, his son Abram's Asha, and they went out with them from Ur of Chaldeans to go to the land of Canaan. And they came to Haran and dwelt there. And the Yomim of Terah came to be 205 years, and Terah died in Haran.
Okay, thank you, Joan. Okay, so this is the start of Abraham. Okay, so Abraham, up in verse 26, we can see it's the first mention of Abraham. Okay, there in verse 26. So 11:26 is the beginning of Abraham, and then it just goes from there. And then when we get down to chapter 12, it starts getting real heavy into Abraham now, and it goes all the way through to 20. He ends in chapter 25, verse 11. So a lot of about Abraham here in Genesis at this point. So just about 13 chapters about Abraham, but. So he's a huge, huge character in the book of Genesis, the main character, really. But notice here it says that his wife Sarai was barren, and it talks about Lot and anything in the. That they were in Ur, and they left there among the Chaldeans, which were pagans, pretty much. They were real nasty, warlike people, and then he took off to go to the land of Canaan. Okay, now did Terech get there? Terech was the father of Abraham. Did he get there? Let's take a look. Let me do my most favorite thing in the world here and share screen. Calm down, Speedy. I know you liking it, but just calm down. All right, so here. So Ur of the Chaldeans, this is the Fertile Crescent. It was down around in here somewhere, okay? And so he left. Terech took his family. He took Lot and Abram, Haran, Sarah, and they went this way. They went up to about in here somewhere, and they lived right here. Okay, and this is where he died. It says, and they came to Charan and dwelt there, and the Yamam of Terech came to be 205 years, and Terech died in Charan, which was right about here. So they came from here, Earl, and went up through here, up in here, and he died. Well, then Abraham left there, and Abraham comes down here into Canaan. Okay, but right now they're up in here. Okay, everybody with me on that? All right. Oh, okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 11? Just starting out with Abraham right now. This is where Abraham comes into the picture. Go ahead, Ross.
Terah actually was the one that had pagan the statues that he made, and he worked for Nimrod. Wasn't it Nimrod that he worked for? or one of those characters.
No, but Noah was alive when Nimrod was born and they built the Tower of Babel. No, Noah was still alive, but Abraham wasn't.
No, Terah. I'm talking about Terah.
Terah?
Yeah,
Terah
Terah was
Abraham's
the father
father?
of Abram,
Yeah.
and he worked for
That says that in the book of Yasher.
yeah.
That's where that comes. That's in the book of Yasher, where Terah also worshipped Nimrod. And when Abraham was born,
She said you worked for Nimrod.
Yeah, well, he was.
Everybody was under.
Does it say
Everybody
he worked?
was under Nimrod. He was a tyrant. He was a tyrant, and so one of the magicians saw a star of Abraham's birth and told Nimrod about Abraham was going to be born to tear down his kingdom. So he sent to Terah and told him to send in his child. And instead of sending the child to him, this is in the book of Yasher, he sent a concubine son, and he sent Abraham to Shem and Aber to learn and to protect him. That's how it's written that's the story it tells in the book of Yasher, which you're talking about, Sister Rod. I read that too.
Thank you.
Well, I know I read it that Abraham went into his father's shop, which was he sold images, statues, and he was in there cleaning, and he broke them all down. And then he told his father that his father was really upset about it because he thought that they were going to get cursed. And Abraham said that those things aren't real. They are stones. They can't hurt you. And so then that got Yahuwah's attention, and that's why he chose Abraham. And that's why he told him to get out of Ur and to go up, go to Canaan. He never made it, but Abraham did. But yeah, I mean, that's all, an outside source, It, I don't know, if we want to get into all of that, but it's an interesting story. But it's not really written here in Genesis. So where'd Genesis come from? Who wrote Genesis?
Moshe.
Moshe. Okay, so how did Moshe know all this? This was way before his time. How did he know?
Yahuwah.
At that time, they were an oral generation, and they passed down the stories to one another. So that he was told that from his
messenger of Yahuwah told Moshe what to write.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it was Yahusha who came to and told Moshe what to write, how to write the Torah. Okay. So, there's no mention of that here. So why there's no mention of all that, maybe, maybe it's just wasn't important enough, or maybe it was just fabricated. Who knows, man? But it really doesn't mention it. So, but that's one of the things about the Apocrypha is that they do have a tendency of filling in blanks. They really do. But some of it is so far out there, you know what I mean? It's definitely not something that I'm going to believe, because the Ruach in me just lets me know that that's not true. And I could just sense discern that it's not true, But some of it is very interesting and does seem to fill in blanks, So Yasher is you can find that in the Sefer if you have it, and you could read that if you want to. And I don't know. Do you know where that's at in Yasher, Roz? The story of Abraham. Where's it? Where is
I don't remember.
it? First book. You know, it's not short. It's got a lot of chapters. So I'm not real sure where it's at exactly, but it does have, let me see, Asher has 91 chapters. 91. But I'm not sure where that's at to even look at it. So, but it's, do you know where it's at, Sandra? Go ahead.
I have to go look it up. I just wanted to say that some of the history possibly was burned the 3 times that they burned down the catechetical school of Alexandria, where all our knowledge was. And then during the Inquisition, every time a conquering nation would come against us, they would destroy the doctors and the teachers and all of our documents and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that could be, I can go look it up. Give me a moment.
Yeah, there's no doubt they destroyed everything Hebrew they could find, you know, because they were trying to divide. They were trying to make a chasm between the Jew and the Gentile, you know, and that's what they did. I mean, they did a really good job of it, didn't they? I mean, even people today, if you talk like a Lutheran or anybody in a religion, you know, they're going to tell you that the Old Testament was abolished, that it was for the Jews, you know, and so they don't have to obey the Old Testament because it was for the Jews, and when Yahusha came, he got rid of it, the Old Testament. You know, that's what they're taught, and that's what they believe. You know, it's hard to get somebody that's been brainwashed like that because they've learned it to the point where they know it really well, their doctrine, and so they can communicate it and communicate and talk about it and everything fluently, and they feel comfortable with it. So when you tell them that that's not true, you know, it gets them real upset because they don't want to relearn anything. They worked real hard to learn that, and they don't want to relearn or discard and they don't want to admit that they were wrong either.
It's chapter 11.
So it becomes hard. Go ahead, Sandra.
I have it started in chapter 8 of the book of Yasher.
Yeah.
And then it tells about the wise men telling Nimrod about the birth of Yahuwah in chapter 8. And then
she said it was in chapter 11.
Oh, okay. That might be where he tore down the statues.
Yeah, that's the one with the statues.
I'm going to read it, okay? All right, so here we go. And Nimrod, son of Cush, was still in the land of Shinar, and he reigned over it and dwelt there, and he built cities in the land of Shinar. And these are the names of the 4 cities which he built, and he called their names after the occurrences that happened to them in the building of the tower. And he called the first Babel, saying, because Yahuwah there confounded the language of the whole earth. And the name of the second he called Erech, because from there Elohim dispersed them. And the third he called Akkad, saying there was a great battle at that place. And the fourth he called Canal, because his princesses and mighty men were consumed there, and they vexed Yahuwah. They rebelled and transgressed against him. And when Nimrod had built these cities in the land of Shinar, he placed in them the remainder of his people, and his princes and his mighty men that were left in his kingdom. And Nimrod dwelt in Babel, and he there renewed his reign over the rest of his subjects, and he reigned securely. And the subjects and princes of Nimrod called his name Amraphel, saying that at the tower his princes and men fell through his means. And notwithstanding this, Nimrod did not return to Yahuwah, and he continued in wickedness and treacherous wickedness to the sons of men. And Mardon, his son, was worse than his father, and continued to add to the abominations of his father. And he caused the sons of men to sin. Therefore, it is said, from the wicked goes forth wickedness. Yeah, I'm not seeing Abraham here. Oh, yeah, I see where he starts down in 12 there. Jump to 12. At that time died Nachor, son of Serug, in the 49th year of the life of Ephraim, son of Terach. And in the 5th year of the life of Abram, son of Terach, Abram came forth from the house of Noach and went to his father's house. And Abram knew Yahuwah, and he went in his ways and instructions, and Yahuwah Elohim was with him. And Terach, his father, was in those days still captain of the host of King Nimrod, and he still followed strange Elohims. And Abram came to his father's house and saw 12 Elohim standing there in their temples. And the anger of Ephraim was kindled when he saw these images in his father's house. And Abram said, as Yahuwah lives, these images shall not remain in my father's house. So shall Yahuwah, who created me, do unto me, if in 3 days' time I do not break them all. And Abram went from them, and his anger burned within him. And Abram hastened and went from the chamber to his father's outer court, and he found his father sitting in the court, and all his servants with him. And Abram came and sat before him. And Abram asked his father, saying, Father, tell me, where is Elohim, who created heaven and the earth, and all the sons of men upon earth, and who created you and me? And Terach answered his son Abram and said, Behold, those who created us are all with us in the house. And Abram said to his father, My Adonai, show them to me, I pray you. And Terach brought Abram into the chamber of the inner court, and Abram saw and behold, the whole room was full of Elohim, of wood and stone, 12 great images, and others less than they, without number. And Terach said to his son, Behold, these are they which made all you see upon the earth, and which created me in you and all mankind. And Terach bowed down to his Elohim. And he then went away from them, and Ephraim his son went away with him. And when Ephraim had gone from them, he went to his mother and sat before her. And he said to his mother, Behold, my father has shown me those who made heaven and earth, and all the sons of men. Now, therefore, hasten and fetch a kid from the flock, and make of it a savory meat, that I may bring it to my father's Elohim as an offering for them to eat. Perhaps I may thereby become acceptable to them. His mother did so, and she fetched the kid and made savory meat thereof, and brought it to Ephraim. And Ephraim took the savory meat from his mother and brought it before his father's Elohim, and he drew nigh to them that they might eat. And Terach his father did not know of it. And Ephraim saw on the day when he was sitting amongst them that they had no voice, no hearing, no motion, and not one of them could stretch forth his hand to eat. And Ephraim mocked them and said, Surely the savory meat that I prepared has not pleased them, or perhaps it was too little for them. And for that reason they would not eat. Therefore, tomorrow I will prepare fresh savory meat better and more plentiful than this, in order that I might see the result. And it was on the next day that Ephraim directed his mother concerning the savory meat. And his mother rose and fetched 3 fine kids from the flock, and she made of them some excellent savory meat, such as her son was fond of, and she gave it to her son Ephraim. And Terach his father did not know of it. And Ephraim took the savory meat from his mother and brought it before his father's Elohim into the chamber. And he came nigh unto them that the meat, and he placed it before them. And Ephraim sent before them, Therefore, my Adonai and kings, send for me, that he may come before you and judge him according to the law, that we may be delivered from his evil. All right, so this is pretty long, Anybody else reading along with this?
Yes, I am. I can start over here at verse 33. This is where it gets to the nitty gritty.
Okay, go ahead.
And when Abram saw all these things, his anger was kindled against his father, and he hastened and took a hatchet in his hand and came to the chamber of the Elohims, and he broke all of his father's Elohims. And when he had finished breaking the images, he placed the hatchet in the hand of the great Elohim which was there before them, and he went out, and his father Terah came home, for he had heard at the door the sound of the striking of the hatchet. So Terah came into the house to know what this was about. And Terah, having heard the noise of the hatchet in the room of the images, ran to the room to the images, and he met Abram going out. And Terah entered the room and found all the idols fallen down and broken, and the hatchet in the hand of the largest, which was not broken, and the savory meat which his son Abram had made was still before them. And when Terah saw this, his anger was greatly kindled, and he hastened and went from the room to Abram, and he found his son Abram still sitting in the house, and he said to him, "What is this work you have done to my Elohims?" And Abram answered his father Terah and said, "Not so, my master, for I brought savory meat before them, and when I came near to them with the meat that they might eat, they all at once stretched out their hands to eat before the great one had put out his hand to eat. And the large one saw their works, what they had did, and his anger was violently kindled against them. And he went and took the hatchet that was in the house and came to them and broke them all. The hatchet is yet in his hand, as you can see. And Terah's anger was kindled against his son Abram when he spoke this. And Terah said to his son in his anger, "What is this tale that you have told? You speak lies to me. Is there spirit, soul, or power in these Elohims to do what you've told me? Are they not wood and stone? And have I not made them myself? And can you speak such lies, saying that the large Elohim that was with them struck them down?" I think that might be sufficient.
All right. So, take that for what it's worth. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions at this point? All right. Give me a reader for chapter 12. Joe, go.
And Yahuwah said to Abram, "Go yourself out of your land, from your relatives and from your father's house, to a land which I show you. And I shall make you a great nation, and bless you, and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I shall bless those who bless you, and curse him who curses you. And in you all the clans of the Eretz shall be blessed." So Abram left as Yahuwah had commanded him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Charan. And Abram took Sarah his Asha, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions that they had gathered, and the beings whom they had acquired in Charan, and they set out for the land of Canaan. And they came to the land of Canaan. And Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem, as far as the terebinth tree of Moreh. At that time, the Canaanites were in the land, and Yahuwah appeared to Abram and said, "To your seed I give this land." And he built there an altar to Yahuwah, who had appeared to him. And from there he moved to the mountain east of Bethel, and he pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. And he built there an altar to Yahuwah and called on the name of Yahuwah. And Abram set out, continuing toward the south.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this is the beginning of Israel here. This is where it all starts. So his father Terah died in Charan, and so Abraham picked up, gathered everything up and moved, and he went on down to Canaan, which was, present day Israel. All right. And there's where he's at. That's the beginning of Israel. Okay. From there, the famine comes, they go to Mitzrayim, and then they get stuck there for 400 years, become slaves, and eventually they come back to Canaan. But this is where it all starts. Go ahead, Chance.
Something interesting I was looking at, Canaan means, Kaf means open hand, right? To open. And then Nen is a seed. So opened land to seed, Canaan. It's kind of thought that was interesting. Opening to the seed, open land, Canaan. I give this land to your seed. It's like Yahuwah puts out his hand and opens it and gives this land to the seed of Abraham. Canaan.
Go ahead, Sandra.
Is that also prophesying about Yahusha? Your seed is singular.
It could be.
Question.
It could be. It could be. I mean, it may be. It's talking about his offspring, obviously. You know what I mean? But yeah, Yahusha did come from his line.
Yeah. The fleshy part.
So yeah, he's kind of promising Abraham that the Messiah will come from his line, his lineage, to save his people, his relatives. Kind of basically what he's saying here. Yeah. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, question?
One more comment.
Yeah.
So, because it's important to notice that, because at that time, Abraham and Sarai were barren. They didn't have any children. They had not even had Ishmael from Hagar yet.
Right. And so what does that mean? I mean, he built an altar to Yahuwah and everything after that. And so what do you think? What do you think that means? That she was barren, but then all of a sudden Yahuwah shows up and says, "To your seed I give this land."
He's going to multiply him. He's creating the nation.
Yeah. Well, he's promising him that he'll have offspring, even though Sarah's barren. I think Abraham, even at this point, trusts and believes and trusts Yahuwah in what he's saying. Even though himself, he doesn't understand how this could be possible. I'm sure he's confused, but yet he believes and trusts in what Yahuwah telling him. All right. All right. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right. Go ahead, Joe.
12:10. And a scarcity of food came to be in the land, and Abram went down to Mitzrayim to dwell there, for the scarcity of food was severe in the land. And it came to be, when he was close to entering Mitzrayim, that he said to Sarah his Asha, "See, I know that you are a fair Asha to look at. And it shall be, when the Mitzrites see you, that they will say, This is his Asha, and they shall kill me, but let you live. Please say that you are my sister, so that it shall be well with me for your sake, and my life be spared because of you." And it came to be, when Abram came into Mitzrayim, that the Mitzrites saw the Asha, that she was very fair. And Pharaoh's officials saw her and praised her before Pharaoh. And the Asha was taken to Pharaoh's house. And he treated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and cattle and male donkeys and male and female servants and female donkeys and camels. But Yahuwah plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarah, Abram's Asha. And Pharaoh called Abraham and said, "What is this that you have done to me? Why did you not inform me that she was your Asha? Why did you say she is my sister? And so I was going to take her for my Asha. Look, here is your Asha. Take her and go." And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away with his Asha and all that he had. Man.
Okay. So this is interesting. I got a couple of questions. First of all, was Abraham a coward? And second of all, did he lie when he told this Natsarim that she was his sister? And now, did he lie? Ross?
She was a sister. She was from Torah. So she was a sister, but she wasn't from the same mother. So he didn't lie. So she was a sister. Right. And so that's probably where he came up with the idea, right? Because she really was his half sister. So what's up with that? Was he a coward or what? Sandra?
I don't think he was a coward. He knew the time and age in which he lived in. That's why he said, "Say you are my sister because of your beauty," because he knew that they would force and take his wife if he had not done that. So he was protecting she and him.
Okay. Look at 2012, Genesis 2012 real quick. 11 and 12.
Sort of like Esther didn't reveal her nationality until Mordecai told her to.
And Abraham said, "Only because I said to myself, the fear of Yahuwah, or Elohim, is not in this place, and they shall kill me for the sake of my Asha. And yet she is truly my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my Asha." So there you go. And so Abimelech said to Abraham, "What did you have in view that you have done this matter?" Right? And so there he's saying it. He's telling him why. "Only because I said to myself, the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they shall kill me for the sake of my Asha." See that? But he did not lie because it was his sister. See that? So he's telling you why he did it right there. All right. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I'm wondering, is this a fourth type or a type of, he said, it's a scripture in there where Yahuwah says, "Out of Mitzrayim, I call my son." So this is like a type of that was fulfilled when Yahusha was taken into Mitzrayim during the time that Herod was looking for him, when the Magi came and revealed of his birth.
Mm-hmm.
Is this kind of like a type of that? In other words, while he's building the nation, this is sort of like a prophecy too.
I don't see it, Sandra. I don't know. I don't see that one. Doesn't mean it ain't. It just means I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Chance.
Something that's interesting to me is that, over here in 12:3, it says, "I shall bless those blessing you and curse him who curses you."
Yeah.
Right. And then he goes into Natsarim before Pharaoh, right? And it's like Pharaoh's plundering himself, to Abraham. He's giving him all these sheep and these lambs, And, Abraham told his Asher, knowing that this nation is, they don't follow Yahuwah. They're pagan, right? And he knew going in there already that, a wicked nation is this, that perhaps this blessing that Yahuwah had given Abraham going in there, he was able to plunder the Pharaoh in Egypt, just like when Yahuwah freed us from Egypt, they plundered themselves. So it's like Yahuwah's using his great power here, and Abraham's got full trust in him, and Egypt literally plundered themselves. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. So, this does seem to be a type, possibly, of Moses, doesn't it? And then Moses, to continue on, is a type of Yahusha. So therefore, Sandra, through succession, it may be what you were saying, okay? But back over here, what you were saying, chance in 3. I shall bless those who bless you and curse him who curses you. And then all the clans of the Eretz, in you, all the clans of the Eretz shall be blessed. What's that mean? What does that mean? What's that?
The seed of promise.
Yes. So this is prophesying Yahusha, the coming of Yahusha. Because, and in you, all the clans of the Eretz shall be blessed because of his seed, of Yahusha, will be coming through the lineage of Abraham. Everybody seeing that? So this is kind of a prophecy, isn't it, about the coming Messiah through the seed of Abraham, that's going to take away the sins of the world. All right. Let me see. Let's look at Numbers 24 real quick. Let's see. Numbers 24 is jumping out at me here. Let me see what it is. Numbers 24, 9. He bowed down. He laid down like a lion.
Is that page 181?
181, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Numbers 24, 9. And he bowed down. He laid down like a lion, and like a lion who would rouse him. Blessed is he who blesses you, and cursed is he who curses you. Okay. So how important is it to bless Israel and even bless, Jerusalem? We're supposed to bless Jerusalem too. Supposed to pray for Jerusalem, man.
It's very important. It's our blessing.
It seems to be extremely important, doesn't it? If you don't, you're going to get cursed. You want to be cursed? I don't. Yeah, this is an amazing proclamation here, really, man. He's going to bless those who bless you and curse him who curses you. See, all these people running around, cursing and bad mouthing and killing the Yehudim and all this other stuff. Yeah, I don't know. No wonder there's such turmoil. There always seems to be a lot of turmoil with these people that are against Israel. A lot of calamity going on. Go ahead, Chance.
It gives us an example of those cursing you here in 17. Mm-hmm. Yahuwah plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarah, Abraham's Asha. So for example, he came in there, and had the Pharaoh had left his Asha alone, right, he would have been fine. But he took it upon himself to, even though it was his sister, he got plagued because he's like plundering. He's trying to just treat Abraham good with gifts and lambs and everything if he could have his sister. You know what I mean? So he had some wickedness in there. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think that back then, you know, women were more of a possession, you know.
An object.
An object or a possession where they could actually sell them, especially if they were maidens, to somebody and they would receive payment for them, you know. And so I think that we're just seeing the culture here. But the part that, you know, where Yahuwah plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarah, Abraham, it doesn't really say what he did to him, but it must have been pretty bad and obvious, you know, whatever the plagues were. But it kind of,
he had set up the wounds. I think, isn't he where he had set up the wounds of, or is that the other one? Where he set up the wounds of all his servants, female servants. No one was having children.
That was in Yasher too. That was in the story in the Yasher.
Yasher, okay. This happens again with another person, doesn't it? Remember? Who else is that does that same thing? It's Ross?
Ishak.
That's right. Ishak does the same thing, his son. So now listen, this seems to be that there was some type of boundaries even back then with messing around with somebody's wife. Because, you know, Pharaoh, you know, it seems weird because it seems like Pharaoh had some type of morals here. Like he wouldn't have messed around with her if he would have known it was his wife. Why'd you do this, man? Why didn't you just tell me that was your wife and I wouldn't have messed with her, right? Doesn't it kind of seems like that? You know, that there was some type of morals here even back then about that. I mean, that's in your brain. I mean, Yahuwah's put that in our conscience to know better than to mess with somebody's wife. I mean, that's just something that we automatically accept, right? So that has to be, do not break wedlock. It must be ingrained in our conscience. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I thought Yahusha visited him and told him he was in trouble.
Who?
Pharaoh.
Maybe that's in Yitzhak. I don't know. I don't see it here.
Oh, okay. I'm in the wrong place. I'm sorry.
I know there's, like I said, this Yitzhak, his son, does the same thing his dad did. He lies about his Vasha. He did the same thing.
But it said right here that Yahuwah plagued him, so that would put the fear of committing the sin in him, not necessarily because he was moral, but he was being plagued.
Did Pharaoh have sex with Sarah? He took her. He gave Abraham all them gifts for her.
No, he said I was going to take her, but he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't have sex with her. So Yahuwah plagued Pharaoh in his house, okay? And then it says that Pharaoh called Abraham and said, "What is this that you have done to me?" How did Pharaoh know that Abraham did because of the plagues? Then he knew that, hey, this must be because Abraham lied to me? I mean, there seems to be some information missing here, doesn't it? Go ahead, Chandra.
I was just wondering, is this any way parallel to messing with Yahuwah's bride? Messing with Yahuwah's bride. I'm kind of getting that this is like a foreshadow of he just promised him, I will bless those who bless you, curse him who curses you, and in you all the plans of the rest shall be blessed. So he's demonstrating to Abraham what he means, what he said. You are under my protection.
Yeah.
He's like, you're touching the treasure of my eye.
Yeah. Isn't Abraham and Sarah a type of Adam and Kua, or a continuation of Yahuwah's work with Adam and Kua? Yeah, it is. It is. Adam and Kua was Yisrael. They failed. Okay. Everything got really bad. And then the flood came, wiped everybody out, and he started over with Noah. And it's built up to this point where Abraham comes into the picture and Sarah comes in the picture. Abraham chooses him. These are the next Yisrael. Again, this is like Adam and Kua all over again. And he's starting out again. So Adam, Abraham, and Sarah are Yisrael, like Adam and Kua was. He's starting over again here. Yeah, so that's right. Anybody else? Go ahead, Sandra.
Sorry, another question just popped in my head. So technically, Yahuwah knew that was going to be a scarcity of food before Abraham even got there. So he was also trying Abraham to see if he would trust him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did Abraham trust Yahuwah when he lied? Well, he told Pharaoh. He didn't lie to him about Sarah being his sister, but he did lie to him, didn't he, about her not being his wife? That was a lie.
He didn't lie. He just did not disclose all information. Just gave what was necessary.
Yeah, but that's still
Sarah.
That same thing. That same thing.
There's a time
it's a form of lying.
No, okay, Brother Mark. I see your point, but there's sometimes you just
he said, that's my sister.
Yeah.
Okay. He didn't say that's my sister and my wife, or that's my wife and she's my sister. He just said that's my sister, which led Pharaoh to believe. Hey man, that led Pharaoh to believe that she was game. All right, that he could get her. So he started trying to purchase her with all these gifts, treating Abraham good because he wanted Abraham to give him his sister as a wife. So see, it was a type of lie that got Abraham in this trouble. So if Abraham would have said, this is my sister that I married, she's my wife, or my wife and my sister, this would have been a whole different story here.
Maybe they would have killed him.
We don't know that. He didn't do it, so we don't know. We can speculate. Well, he probably would have killed him, or maybe not. Maybe he just sent him on his way. So, that's your wife. I don't want no, used goods, man. I wanted a maiden, and send them out, send them away from him. We don't know. We can speculate, but we don't know. Go ahead, Ross. Send them out.
I've always had a feeling that he was fearful. He and that's not of Yahuwah. Yeah. It was a big fear for both he and Yitzhak that they thought that they would be killed.
Yeah, I think so too. I do. There seems to be some type of fear there, some type of, not totally trusting Yahuwah. Abraham ain't perfect. He got in trouble with breeding with his with Ishmael's mom too, because she thought that was what he was supposed to do instead of waiting on Yahuwah. So Abraham gets himself into trouble throughout scriptures here a little bit as well. Go ahead, Chance. Here, I'll show y'all something. Go ahead, Chance, if I can find it.
What was coming to me too about that is it seemed like, Abraham was being led to he was being guided with some foreknowledge that coming into Natsarim, he was going to be, they could potentially kill him. So by him saying his sister, they actually gave him animals to purchase her Rather, as if it was his Asha, they probably would have just offed him to get her for a free price. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because a man's not going to sell his wife.
Yeah, there was something happening because, look, it says he treated Abram well for her sake. He had sheep, cattle, male donkeys, male and female servants, and female donkeys and camels. That's a lot. Okay? And listen, but Yahuwah plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarah, Abraham's Asha. So something happened. Something happened. So Pharaoh gives Abraham all these things. And then Pharaoh gets plagued. Something happened, man. Had to. Because the Pharaoh just giving Abraham all that stuff didn't do anything wrong, did he? I mean, he was misled by Abraham. Go ahead, Ross.
You just said about the plagues. What if that's a prophecy of the plagues happening with Moshe?
Mm.
And also that, you know, Sarah maybe is like the bride,
Yeah.
you know, like Yasharel,
Yeah.
the bride.
Mhm.
And that he's hardened and he softened Pharaoh's heart. So he softened it so that he would give him stuff, but then he hardened it that, he let him know that she was not available, that was Abraham's wife.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something going on here. Go ahead, Sandra.
I thought it was a scripture in here where Abraham made that decision because he felt that they didn't have the fear of Yahuwah. He knew they were lustful and covetous people.
Yeah,
And that's what happened. He knew their character. He had a little discernment going on.
It's in Genesis 20. We just read that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's his reasoning. You know, that's Abraham's reasoning for why he withheld that information. Okay. But it caused a lot of problems. I don't know what the plagues were, but it don't sound good. And and Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarah. Yeah. So it don't sound good, whatever they were. But this was because Abraham withheld that info.
So that's the beginning of Yahuwah's demonstration of his protection for Abraham.
Of Sarah. It says of Sarah.
But whatever, because he said, I shall bless those who bless you.
Sarah would be Yisharah.
Yeah.
Would not Sarah be Yisharah? Would not Abraham and Sarah together be Yisharah? Or Adam?
Yeah.
Yes. Who had their hand up?
Not me.
Who had their hand up? Chance? Go ahead.
Interestingly enough, I was looking at the signs, looking up for Sari's name. Samak has to do with thorn, grab, hate, protect, assist. So the SA in Sari's name is a thorn, grab, hate, protect, support, assist, take hold, right? Then we go down to Rosh. That's the head or a man. So we're talking about thorn, grab, hate, protect, man. And then Sari with the Y is deed and behavior. So putting all those together, we're getting Sari, which is thorn, grab, hate, protect, support, man or woman, right?
Yeah.
And then the Yod would be work and behavior. So when Pharaoh took her to be a Asha, he received a thorn. You know, it's like right there, you know what I mean? And then Yahuwah was there to support her and assist her. So the SA in Samak stands for Sari, and then you go down to Rosh, that's man, woman, or head, right?
Yeah.
And then Yod is your hand, your arm, your work, your deeds. So Yahuwah was there with his hand and his arm to support giving a thorn to Pharaoh. Wow. Look at that. That how it just lines up. That's pretty cool. Wow.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, look at this. So here's Abraham's mess. Okay. So here's Abram at the top. He takes Sarah, who's barren. And so he thinks, well, maybe I should go ahead and take Hagar, would be Sarah's concubine, and have my son Ishmael. This is how I can make Yahuwah's promise come true. And Yahuwah says, not so. He says, you're out of your mind, Abraham. That's not my plan. Go in there and lay with your wife, Sarah, and you're going to have a son, and his name's going to be Yitzhak. And then Yitzhak takes Rebekah, and Rebekah, he does the same thing his father does, and lies about his Asha. And with Rebekah, has Jacob and Esau, which are twins. Out of Jacob becomes Israel after he wrestles with Yahuwah. And Jacob has sons through Selpha, Leah, Rachel, and Bella. And so the 12 tribes comes from 4 different mothers. Okay. And then through all these, through Leah, you have all these Levi, here's the Levites, Yehuda, all come out of Leah. And then Rachel, out of Rachel comes Joseph and Benjamin. And out of Boaz, Dan, and Naphtali. But then out of Rachel here, we go to Joseph, down to this Egyptian woman here. And out of the Egyptian woman comes Ephraim and Manasseh. So meanwhile, going back up here to Abraham, he takes another wife called Keturah and has these 6 kids here from her. And he gives them gifts and sends them away, just like he did Hagar. So he sent Hagar and Ishmael away because Sarah was jealous. And then he has this wife and these children, gives them gifts and sends them away so that Isaac gets the inheritance. So look at that mess Abraham caused. Quite a mess, isn't it? And is that all the plan of Yahuwah's plans? Yeah, absolutely is, for a lot of different reasons. Sandra, go ahead.
So what I see through that is that, like you said, that is Yahuwah's plan, and that he was all alone mixing the nations at the same time establishing his kings and his priests. All of that is the mixing of the nations is what that is. And he had done it from the beginning. And that's what that is, the process of. That's how I saw.
Yeah, and which one of those, the line did the Messiah come from?
Yahudah.
Yehuda.
He's the lion from the tribe of Yahudah.
Right. So, yeah, it seems to, no wonder Abram is the father of many nations. I mean, wow. Not to mention Ephraim getting scattered throughout the world, dropping Abraham's seed all over the place, right? Throughout all the nations, intermarrying, dropping seeds everywhere, wasn't he? Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions?
Sister Ross had her hand up, but I wanted to say this real quick. So it's like the farmer scattering his seed in the field.
Got that right. Go ahead, Ross.
It changed off of my mind of what it was. It's okay. It'll come back. I'm sorry.
Okay, so yeah, okay, and where's Chance finding these? Chance is just doing this through the Ruach on his own here. You can find this kind of information with Erictology as well. It's ERIK ology, Erictology. And he's got websites. I mean, he's probably the best in the world with that stuff. Check him out. And then we have Slew White saying, Sarai, my lady, term for a noble woman. Sar, prince, Sarah, princess. And Rick saying Ishmael was blessed as well and went on to become a great nation. Yeah, Ishmael is pretty much Saudi Arabia. Okay, but he went all the way through the desert land. He was on the edge of the Fertile Crust down into the desert is where he was from. So Saudi Arabia all the way over to Egypt, all over the south there is where Ishmael's family was. And you know, the crazy thing is Ishmael had 12 tribes as well. He had 12 sons as well. And he had one daughter. Okay. The daughter married Esau and became the mother of the Edomites. Go ahead, Ross.
Yehuda has got the Dalet in it, which is the door.
Yeah.
And it's actually, if you take that out, it's Yahuwah.
Right.
And then Ishmael was described as a wild man. And doesn't that kind of fit like the way that the people are today that are over there?
Yes, that do. Let me see. I
Over
probably
here,
got.
We got wild folks over here too.
Well, I kind of already showed you this, but I'll show it to you anyway. Okay, so Abraham, like I said, he started here in Ur, and they went up here to Canaan, and after his dad died, he went down here into Canaan. Then there was a famine, so he went over here into Egypt. That's where he got in all that trouble when he didn't tell the truth about Sarah. And then he got sent back out with he let him keep all them gifts and sent him out, and he went back over here by Bethel, back into Canaan. That's what Abraham did. Go ahead, Sandra. I almost called you Sarah. Go ahead, Sandra.
Sarai
Yeah.
is the noble one, and then Sarah is what he changed her name to. He added the letter Hey to it. Anyway, I was going to ask you, was not Mitzrayim a part of Canaan, even though they were divided? At one time, aren't they all the one lands?
Well, Israel, Canaan was the who was there when Abraham went there. That was the Canaanites. So they warred with them. Yeah,
Okay.
They tried to kill them and take over their land, but that's what Yahuwah told them to do. So they weren't really friendly with them. They were really more known as their enemy.
Oh, okay. Seemed like they were all one. They were all one land after he gave them. Remember when he brought Moshe out of even though they were divided, that whole area was going to be Yisrael, including Mitzrayim, all the way over to Assyria.
Oh, Israel goes from the Nile River all the way over to the great river Euphrates. That's where it's supposed to go. But
Okay.
the Canaanites were modern day Israel is right now. That was where the Canaanites were.
Okay.
So they basically killed them all and took over the land. Is what they did. Did they intermarry with them? Probably, maybe. I mean, they might have took some of the women captive and ended up, marrying them or whatever, having children with them. But basically, they wiped them out. Is what they did. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? I can't find this Ishmael map I was looking for. So, but anyways, they're Saudi Arabia. Is who they are. No other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 12? All right. So we continue on with Abraham now, chapter 13. Who wants to read that one? Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, just 13. And Abram went up from Mitzrayim into the south, he and his Asha and all that he had, and Lot with him. And Abram was very rich in livestock, in silver and in gold. And he went on his journey from the south as far as Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, to the place of the altar which he had made there at first. And there Abraham called on the name of Yahuwah. Now Lot, who went with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their possessions were great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was strife between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. And at the time the Canaanites and the Perizzites dwelt in the land. Then Abram said to Lot, Please, let there be no strife between you and me, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are brothers. Is not all the land before you? Please separate from me. If you take the left, then I go to the right. Or if you go to the right, then I go to the left. And Lot lifted his eyes and saw all the plain of the Jordan, but it was well watered everywhere, before Yahuwah destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, like the garden of Yahuwah, like the land of Mitzrayim, as you go towards Zoar. So Lot chose for himself all the plain of the Jordan, and Lot moved east. Thus they separated from each other. Abram dwelling in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelling in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent at. But the men of Sodom were evil, and sinned before Yahuwah exceedingly so. And after Lot had separated from him, Yahuwah said to Abram, Now lift up your eyes, and look from the place where you are, northward and southward, and eastward and westward. For all the land which you see I shall give to you, and your seed forever. And I shall make your seed as the dust of the Eretz, so that if a man could count the dust of the Eretz, then your seed also could be counted. Arise, walk in the land through its length and its width, for I give it to you. So Abram moved his tent and went and dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre, which are in Hebron, and built an altar there to Yahuwah.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is kind of interesting here. Lot ends up, being like greedy, and he chooses the best land, okay, that he could see, which ended up being a very evil place. And so his greed kind of put him in a bad place, didn't it? But then we see that Yahuwah tells Abraham, just look in all directions, and what as far as you can see, I'm going to give it to you. But then he tells him to arise and walk in the land through its length and its width, for I give it to you. The reason he told him that, and this is extremely important, because this is back then was a legal custom back here in these ancient times to claim ownership of a property, or to expand your borders. You would walk it. And as far as you could walk it, you owned it. And this was the legal process back then. And so that's why Yahuwah told him to do that. And so then that means that Abraham walked pretty much the full length of modern day Israel, okay, in order to claim that land. Now, let me show you all something. Okay, so see here, this, where Saudi Arabia here in the yellow, this is where the Ishmaelites went. Ishmael and his clan, his 12 tribes. Everywhere that's yellow, that's where they were. The red up here is basically the Fertile Crescent, or the cradle of life, they call that, right up there above there. And then down here by the Persian Gulf, in this area where the rivers are right here, is where they believe Eden was. But look at that, Genesis 23:16 is what it's referring us to. Genesis 23:16. And it says, Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed out the silver for Ephron, which he had named in the hearing of the sons of Cath 400 shekels of silver. So maybe I'm not seeing that right. It's hard to say. It's so blurry. I don't know what that really is. It looks like 23:16, but maybe it's not. I don't know. It's so blurry. I can't really tell what that is. So maybe it's 2016. No.
Well, is that the same land as Shechem where they bought a place to bury the dead?
No, this is where the Ishmaelites in the scripture where it says that they settled here, in this land. And I don't know where it's at. I've read it before, but I don't know. I thought that it was 23:16, but it's not. But we'll come across it here one of these days while we're reading Genesis. Here it is. It's in 25. So it's 25. It really goes from 9 down. Who wants to read that? Genesis 25 if you read 25:8, it says that Abraham breathed his last and died of a good old age, aged and satisfied, and was gathered to his people. So Abraham lived to be 175 years old. That's a long time. I mean, for, back in that period. Who wants to read that? 9 down through 20. I'd say 23, or even that whole chapter. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Verse 9, and his sons Yishak and Yishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the field of Ephraim, son of Soachor, the Kittite, the field which Abraham purchased from the sons of Cath. There Abraham was buried with Sarah, his Asha. And it came to be, after the death of Abraham, that Elohim blessed his son Yishak, and Yishak dwelt at Beer Lakel Road. And this is the genealogy of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Mitzrayite, Sarah's female servant, bore to Abraham. And these were the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names, according to the generation. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, then Kedar, and Abiel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, and Hadar, and Tema, Yitar, Nephish, and Kedema. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these were their names by their towns and their settlements, 12 chiefs according to their tribes. And these were the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years, and he breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people. And they dwelt from Hulah as far as Shur, which is east of Mitzrayim, as you go toward Asher. He settled before all his brothers. And this is the genealogy of Yishak, Abraham's son. Abraham brought forth Yishak, and Yishak was 40 years old when he took Ribkah as Asha, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean of Padan Aram, Padan Aram, the sister of Laban, the Aramean. And Yishak prayed to Yahuwah for his Asha because she was barren. And Yahuwah answered his prayer, and Ribkah, his Asha, conceived. And within her, the children struggled together, and she said, "If all is right, why am I this way?" So she went to ask Yahuwah, and Yahuwah said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two peoples shall be separated from your body, and one people shall be stronger than the other, and the older serve the younger." And when the yeomen were filled with her to give birth, and see, twins were in her womb, and the first came out red all over, like a hairy garment, so they called his name Esau. And afterward, his brother came out, and his hand holding on to Esau's heel. So his name was called Jacob. And Yishak was 60 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew up, and Esau became a man knowing how to hunt, a man of the field, while Jacob was a quiet man dwelling in tents. And Yishak loved Esau because he ate of his wild game, but Ribkah loved Jacob. And Jacob cooked a stew, and Esau came in from the field, and he was weary. And Esau said to Jacob, Please feed me with that same red stew, for I am weary." That is why his name was called Edom. But Jacob said, "Sell me your birthright today." And Esau said, "Look, I am going to die, so why should I have birthright?" Then Jacob said, "Swear to me today." And he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. Jacob then gave Esau bread and stew of lentils, and he ate and drank and rose up and left. Thus Esau despised his birthright.
All right. So there you go. Now you can see that this is where Ishmael's 12 tribes ended up. There's Saudi Arabia, east of Egypt, between Egypt and Asher. So, dear, that's who they are. It's just so weird. Don't forget Ishmael's daughter married Esau, and just kind of strange. They had 12 tribes. He had 12 tribes as well. So, I mean, I can go off on that.
Mhm.
I don't want to, but if you look over at 28:9, or so we'll say 28:8 and 9. So Esau saw that the daughters of Canaan did not please his father Yitzchak, because he was marrying Gentile women. And that's why Isaac wasn't happy with him. And Esau went to Ishmael and took Machaloth, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his Asha, besides the wives he had already had. So he married Ishmael's daughter. He only had one. So the 12 sons became the 12 chiefs of the 12 tribes of Ishmael. Isn't that kind of strange? So is this like the counterpart or the dark side of Abraham? What do y'all think? Go ahead, Ross.
When you just said that he's got the 12 men as the tribes, and then he's got the one daughter, isn't that a foretelling of Yaakov, that he had the 12 boys and the one daughter?
Yeah, that's right. Jacob had one daughter as well. 12 sons, one daughter. They both did. And so, I mean, what do you think? Why would that be? I mean, is Yahuwah trying to make a point here through Ishmael? Abraham's disobedience. He's saying, okay, look, since you did that, they're going to I'm going to give them the blessing that I was going to give you through Sarah. They're going to have 12 grandchildren and a granddaughter, 12 grandsons and one granddaughter each. And they're going to be at war at each other and fight each other through the history of the world because you did that. I mean, what's the point Yahuwah was making here? I mean, so obviously it's a carbon copy. Sandra?
Is that talking about the difference, like today, the difference between the beast, Babylon, and the chosen? See, the 12 sons of Yaqub were the chosen, whereas Ishmael, he was made a great nation, but he's made a great nation of the enemy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, maybe. I mean, this could be the good versus the evil, or the light versus the dark, or I mean, so there's something Yahuwah did something here, man. Ross?
Well, look at the MasterCard symbol. I know I've said it before, but you look at it as two worlds colliding, and then there's that little bit of overlap in the middle of it. Mm-hmm. And they kind of always overlap, don't they?
Yeah.
And another thing, getting back to where I forget what the name of it is, but coming out of, it's in Turkey, and starts with an E. It's that river. But anyway, that's the one that's drying up.
Euphrates? The Euphrates?
Yeah, Euphrates. Yeah, because that's also connecting to the Nile. And isn't that possibly where Eden was right at that, where it begins, because of how it comes out and then spreads out? But I mean, it's not the one that separated. It was one of the ones that separated out of that original one that came out of Eden.
well, you got the yin and the yang, and you have the, you know, all that kind of stuff where you have this up. You know, have you ever seen the tree of life where it says what's the same as above is same as below, and they have the tree of life, and they show the branches above the ground with the roots below the ground, and they're identical. Because a tree, if you take a tree and pull it up out from its roots and turn it upside down and put its branches, it's the same. So there's a root for every branch, in other words. Looks the same, either side of it. And so is this what this is depicting, that you know, there's the roots and those are the branches, and it's, you know, something that Abraham tried to take over or usurp maybe Yahuwah's tensions or whatnot. And this is why Yahuwah did this. There's something to this for sure. Chance?
I kind of went. I got led to Romans here, and it says, "Conceived our father Yeshak, yet before they were born or had done any good or evil, in order that the purpose of Yahuwah according to choice might stand, not of works, but of him who calls. It was said to her, the greater shall serve the lesser, as it has been written, Jacob I have loved, but Asu I have hated." Which is, you know, then I went ahead and looked at, I'm looking at Yashak and Asu, but it seems like Yahuwah favored one and despised the other. And Asu's name means see, hate, given, or, you know, see, witness, hate. You know, the Asu's name literally has hate in it, or like taken away or hold or something. He separated, you know, and I don't know, that's kind of what I'm getting so far. I mean, he says he hated Asu but loved Jacob, so it sounds like he's despising one and favoring another.
Yeah, you know what amazes me is 25:9, and his sons Yitzchak and Yishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah. And so, you know, Isaac and Yishmael both buried Abraham. And so they weren't like warring or anything. I mean, they both came together at Abraham's funeral, and they both buried their dad. So they must have been some type of communication there between the two. But it's just I don't know, man. There's some kind of yin yang thing going on here. You know what I mean? I'm not real sure what it is, but you know, Saudi Arabia, where the Israelites were for the most part, or are, you know, they're not a huge problem. You know, the Philistines are the main problem. I mean, that's been Israel's thorn for a long time. You know, that's where Goliath came from. And also, you know, the Iraqis up north and the Iran people, you know, are more hateful toward Israel, you know, than Saudi Arabia is. You know, but they're all related, all of them. You know, they're all from Abraham, but yet they fight in war. You know, hate each other. Any thoughts on this? Further thoughts, Ross?
Ishak is actually, because of the way that he was going to be offered.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when Abraham was tested,
Mm-hmm.
and to offer him up, he was like a foretelling of Yahusha. It just didn't go all the way with it. And so is that maybe the connection with the 12 tribes? Maybe, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Sandra?
I just had a question came to my mind. Is it possibly the separation of the good and the evil?
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
and the elect and the not chosen. In other words, he does everything for his purpose. And this is his purpose. In other words, because he is of your seed, he's gonna be great, all right, but he's not chosen. I see a process of separating the good and the evil, dark from light.
yeah, it's just like, he's showing Abraham, look, this is what I was going to do. I was going to give you 12 sons and a daughter, and I was going to make all these tribes a great nation out of you and Sarah's child, right? And so, but he went, since he went and did that with Hagar and had Ishmael, Yahuwah went ahead and did it. The same thing he was going to do with Ishmael, but he said, but he's not getting the inheritance. This is what I'm going to do this even with, I don't want to say evil seed, but with Ishmael, but I'm not going to bless it because you did that, but I'm going to go this way, do the same thing with Isaac, and then Isaac's going to be blessed and get the inheritance, but so no wonder there's so much friction there. You know what I mean? I mean, it appears that the blessing happens to both, but then, Israel gets the inheritance, Ishmael don't. And they kind of become the enemy of Israel, especially through the Edomites. Became great enemies of Israel. That's through Esau.
So would you say it's also like a part of the nations being formed?
I don't know, because Esau was Jacob's brother, but he married Ishmael's daughter, and they became the Edomites, which became great enemies of the Israelites. So it's Jacob's twin, and Ishmael's daughter becomes the greatest enemy of the Israelites. You know what I mean? It's weird. Everything's just a strange thing.
Well, I'm getting in my mind that you remember he said you're going to be sought of a people that did not seek him.
Well, yeah, that's the.
So when he scattered Yisrael, and they were scattered, they began to intermingle with all of these. Because out of one blood, he created all of them, and replenished the earth.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Anybody else?
Hey, Mark. What is the question? I went off on Esau for a second, looking at his name and what it meant. But is it about Ishmael?
Yeah, I'm saying what do you think the message here, Yahuwah, is? Since Israel has 12 sons and one daughter, and Jacob had 12 sons and one daughter. There's something. I mean, how that's more than a coincidence, man. So what do you think that message is? Because Yahuwah did that, is what I'm saying. Is it good and evil? Is it light and darkness? Is it? I'm going to show you. That was the reason that happens, because this is what I was going to do, and so I'm going to do it, but I'm not going to bless it. I'm going to bless what I was going to do originally, but the same thing's going to happen because that was the plan that Yahuwah put into place. And so Ishmael ended up having 12 tribes and a daughter too. See what I'm saying? Was that to mock Abraham? Or was it to prove a point? Or was it part of some type of plan to separate good and evil, or light and darkness, and get rid of the dross, the impurities or something? What do you think it was? It's kind of an amazing thing, really.
Would it have been a shadow of some sort?
I mean, I'm not sure, you know.
Yes.
I don't know, you know, if it's the removal of the impurities from the 12 tribes, you know. Remember how I said everything has a opposition to it? You know, was this showing us that that's his plan, is to remove all the impurities, the byproducts, the dross from his creation, and he's letting us know that through this example. I mean, could that be what it is? I mean, I don't know. It's deep, man. There's something deep there. All right, let's do one more, and we'll be done. Who wants to read 14? Oz, you want to read it, bro? Go ahead.
14.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to be in the judgment of Amraphel, sovereign of Shinar, Arioch, sovereign of Alasar, Kedorlaomer, sovereign of Elam, and Tidal, sovereign of Goim. They fought against Berah, sovereign of Sodom, Birsha, sovereign of Amorah, Shinab, sovereign of Armah, Shember, sovereign of Seboim, and the sovereign of Bela, that is Soar. All these joined together in the valley of Siddim, that is the South Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year Kedorlaomer and the sovereigns that were with him came and smote the Rephaim in Ashtoreth, Kernaim, and the Susim in Ham, and the Emites in Shaweh Kiriathaim, and the Korites in their mountain of Seir, as far as Al-Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they turned back and came to En-Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who dwelt in Katzethson Tamar, and the sovereign of Sodom, and the sovereign of Amorah, and the sovereign of Admah, and the sovereign of Seboim, and the sovereign of Bela, that is Soar, went out and joined together in battle in the valley of Siddim against Kedorlaomer, sovereign of Elam, and Tidal, sovereign of Goim, and Amraphel, sovereign of Shinar, and Arioch, sovereign of Alasar, 4 sovereigns against 5. And the valley of Siddim had many tar pits, and the sovereign of Sodom and Amorah fled and fell there, and the remainder fled to the mountains. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Amorah and all their food and went away. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and left. And one who had escaped came and informed Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and brother of Ener, and they had a covenant with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house and went in pursuit as far as Dan. And he and his servants divided against them by Lailah, and smote them, and pursued them as far as Kobah, which is on the left of Damascus. So he brought back all the goods, and also brought back his brother Lot and his goods, as well as the woman and the people. And after his return from the defeat of Kedorlaomer and the sovereigns who were with him, the sovereign of Sodom came out to meet him at the valley of Sholeh, that is, the sovereign valley. And Melchizedek, sovereign of Shalem, brought out bread and wine. Now he was the priest of the Most High Al. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abraham of the Most High Al, possessor of the Shamaim and Rets. And blessed be the Most High Al, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him a tenth of all. And the sovereign of Sodom said to Abraham, Give me the people and take the goods for yourself. But Abraham said to the sovereign of Sodom, I have lifted my hand to Yahuwah, the Most High Al, the possessor of the Shamaim and Rets, not to take a thread or a sandal strap, or whatever is yours, let you should say, I have made Abraham rich, except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me. Ener, Eshkol, and Memre, let them take their portion.
All right, thanks, Oz. All right, man. So this is real interesting here. We'll look at 14 here. Verse 14. Now, when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house and went to pursue as far as Dan, way up north there. Okay, so what's it saying that he heard that his brother was taken? I thought Lot was his nephew. Why is he calling him brother? Look at 13. And one who had escaped came and informed Abram the Hebrew. Why is he called Abram the Hebrew? What does that mean? Roz?
Because they're already realizing that he's with Yahuwah.
That he what?
Because they're already realizing that he is with Yahuwah and Yahuwah protects him.
That's why he's calling him Abram the Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else, Phyllis?
Because that's how they knew him, as coming out of the land of Eber. And they said that there was a pact among them, and perhaps that pact made them brothers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a nephew, your brother's kid, is your nephew. In a way, is your brother. I mean, he's coming from your brother's line. In a way, though, he would be your brother, wouldn't he? But maybe, and they had a covenant with Abram. That's just, they made a deal with that, and that probably if somebody attacks us, we'll all jump in type deal, come to each other's aid. Who dropped off? Lost somebody. Go ahead, Ross.
His dad had died.
Mm-hmm.
And did Tarab maybe take him as his son And maybe that's why he is calling him brother.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he could see him as replacing his brother. Yeah, I mean that could be. I mean, we got to remember they had weird things going on, legal customs back then, that we don't have now. I mean, like up here where the legal custom in these ancient times was for the owner of a property to walk the borders, and then it would become his land. I mean, you can even see it in Joshua. Go to Joshua, the book of Joshua. So Joshua 1:3. Every place on which the soil of your foot treads, I have given you, as I spoke to Moses. So you can still see the legal custom being played out there, even when they entered the promised land. And that was after they were lost, right? They were taken captive for 400 years, I mean. So even after that long period of time, that legal custom was still around. Go ahead, Ross.
Isn't that kind of like what a survey is? Like what they do modern day time for a piece of property, and in the 1800s and earlier, when they didn't have actual markers in there, they would take a rock and say, this is where it ends, or this big tree is where this property ends.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a realtor, so that was part of the stuff that they taught us.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they would buy the land from somebody who owned a lot of land. And they'd say, well, will you sell me this section? And they'd say, yeah. And then they would walk it and mark it off. Yeah.
But also think about when Rachel died. Was it Rachel? Yeah, Rachel died, and he put up rocks that are there till this day. And then somebody else died, and he put rocks up, and they were there till this day. Those are also markers for property.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Sandra.
So it looks like in chapter 13, verse 8, when they were splitting up, Abram said to Lot, please let there be no strife between you and me, between my husband and your husband, for we are brothers.
Right.
So he considered, although he was his nephew, he considered him because he was Haran's son that he took with him, and he raised him as his brother. Like he was acting as a kinsman redeemer, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, normally your nephew would become your son, but here in this case, it became his brother. They became brothers. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, maybe that was the legal custom back then. Nowadays, it would be more like it would be his son. It'd become his son, right? But back then, maybe it was the legal custom was that he would become his brother if he took him in to his family because his father died, his brother died. So he replaced his brother and became his brother, instead of his other brother. He took his brother's place. And maybe that's why he became brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the legal customs were, but probably, I bet you it's something like that anyway.
Would it have anything to do with when Yahushua prophesied, when he said, your brother and your mother are out to see you? He said, who is my mother? Who is my brother?
I don't think
so. Do the will of my father. You don't think so?
Not to me. I mean, it doesn't mean it ain't. Like I said,
So you said, why did they call him a Hebrew? So at this point,
yeah,
I would like to tell you something.
Yeah,
and it's a little lengthy.
Uh-oh.
It says, what is Abarith? Hebrew is a language or speech, and it is its written form, a specific script to preserve sounds so it may be spoken aloud. Each letter is inspired by Yahuwah in the original Abarith writings. Aber a descendant of Nuach, and Shem was the first Hebrew. And the name Aber was taken from a verb meaning passing. The word Ibri, I-B-R-I-E, came from the word Aber, and over time the word became Hebrew. Even the word Hebrew is a corrupted word from the actual word Aber. This is the spoken language of the man Aber. So they were calling him Hebrew because he was speaking Hebrew, no doubt.
Yeah,
Is what I
exactly.
think.
That's correct. So the Hebrew, because the Hebrew is a language. It's not really a people. It's a language. And so Abraham spoke Hebrew. That's why they called him Abram the Hebrew. So a lot of people get that mixed up. They think Hebrew is a nation or a people, and it's not. It's a language. And so it's kind of like, if people from England will say United Kingdom, they call them Englishmen because they speak English. It's not that they're not a race or a country, but it's a language. They speak English language, so they call them Englishmen. Sort of like that. So they're calling him Abram the Hebrew because he speaks Hebrew language, and he's not. It's not because it's a society or a country or something. So yeah, a lot of people get that mixed up for sure, but it's really Hebrew is a language, not a people. Okay. So if you can speak Hebrew, then you would be a Hebrew. So if all you spoke was Hebrew, you'd be Sandra the Hebrew, because you speak that language. But right now you're Sandra the English woman because you speak English, or American woman because you speak American. Would be the same thing basically is what being said here, right?
Sandra the Kodashim.
You speak Kodesh.
I'm set apart.
Oh.
So, Brother Mark.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you. Let me see. So, Hebrew, one time you taught us means crossover.
Right. Or over, yeah.
Crossover.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Crossover. So it's like crossing over from the bridge of impurity to purity. Since it says going to return a pure lip to us.
It can be, yeah. I see it more as crossing over from this carbon copied world into the spiritual realm, where truth and love reside. So that you walk in spirit and truth, meaning that they cross over and they're now mature Hebrew. They're mature,
It's like being born again.
Being born again.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So now down here in 18, it says that in Melchizedek, meaning, king of righteousness, prince of righteousness here, what that means. Sovereign of Salem, so king of peace, brought out bread and wine. Now he was the priest of the Most High All. Okay, so Melchizedek here is not mentioned a lot in Scripture, but he's mentioned right here. He's mentioned in Luke and in John and mostly in Hebrews. What's the significance? First of all, who is he? Who's Melchizedek? And what's the significance of him bringing out bread and wine? Roz?
Isn't that like, I've heard that that's Yahusha.
Okay.
Melchizedek, like a foretelling of Yahusha. And the bread and the wine would be like he did at the Last Supper.
Perfect. That's right. Pretty good. That's really good. Okay, so that's the blood, the blood in the body, the blood, at the Last Supper. And Melchizedek, let's look at him a little bit closer. Go to Luke 22. Luke 22. Um, 19 and 20. And taking bread, giving thanks, she broke it and gave it to them, saying, "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." Likewise, the cup also after supper, saying, "This cup is the renewed covenant in my blood, which is shed for you." All right, so this is, you see the bread and the wine there. And then in John as well, go John. So that'd be John 6, 53 through 58. Yahushua therefore said to them, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the son of Adam and drink his blood, you possess no life in yourselves. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood possesses everlasting life, and I shall raise him in the last yom. For my flesh is truly food, and my blood is truly drink. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood stays in me, and I in him. As the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, so he who feeds on me shall live because of me. This is the bread which came down out of the heaven. Not as your fathers ate the manna and died, he who eats this bread shall live forever." So the bread is the word of Yahuwah, is the truth, the Basora, and the blood would be symbolic of the Ruach HaKodesh.
Excuse me, Brother Mark, what scripture was that in Yehukanah?
That was 6, 53 through 58.
Thank you.
Now let's go to Hebrews. This is where we get the best picture of who this guy is. So Hebrews 7, 8, 9, 10 talks about him. So 7, 8, 9, 10, pretty heavy stuff here. And it says right in 7, who wants to read that? Chapter 7. Go ahead, Sandra. I can't hear you. Hebrews 7.
Starting at the first verse?
Yep, just read that whole chapter. I mean, it's the most loaded chapter there is about him.
Aberith, called Hebrews, chapter 7, verse 1.
Yeah.
But this Melchizedek, sovereign of Shalom, priest of the Most High Yahuwah, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the sovereigns and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a 10th part of all, his name being translated indeed first sovereign of righteousness, and then also sovereign of Shalom. That is, sovereign of peace, without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning or yomim, nor end of life, but having been made like the Son of Yahuwah, remains a priest for all time.
Okay, so hang on. So who is that? Who's that describing?
Yahushua.
It's got to be Yahushua, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it fits perfect, right? Perfect fit. And notice he has no father, no mother, no genealogy. Yahushua's got genealogy. So who's
that was his body of light then?
Who is it?
Was that him in his body of light?
That's right. It's Yahuwah.
Yahuwah.
Melchizedek is Yahuwah in his body of light. It's definitely not in his body of flesh. It's not the son, because the son has genealogy. When the son died, y'all picking up what I'm laying down on that? So Melchizedek is eternal.
Woo, hallelujah.
All right, Sandra, go ahead.
And now see how great this one was, to whom even the ancestor Abraham gave a tenth of the choicest booty. And truly, those who are of the sons of Levi, who receive the priesthood, have a command to receive tithes from the people according to the Torah, that is, from his brothers, though they have come from the loins of Abraham. However, the one whose genealogy is not derived from them received tithes from Abraham, and blessed the one who held the promises. And it is beyond all dispute that the lesser is blessed by the better. Almost like Esau and Jacob, huh? And
Yeah.
here,
Now, wait a minute. Does this have something to do with the 12 tribes of Israel and the 12 tribes of Jacob? Is there something you're giving us some type of hint on that?
Yeah, Jacob was the lesser, and he is better than Ishmael. Ishmael was the oldest. I don't know if it have anything to do with it, but
It does, though, doesn't it?
and bless the one who held the promise. Oh, we got to keep reading. Because in verse 6 it says, however, the one whose genealogy is not derived from them received tithes from Abraham, and bless the one who held the promises. And we are the seed of the promise. Ooh, this is powerful.
Yeah, see that? See what I'm saying right there? Maybe that's giving us a hint on that. I mean, it's been pretty wild. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, and it is beyond all dispute that the lesser is blessed by the better. And here it is, men who die that receive tithes, but there is someone of whom it is witnessed that he lives. And one might say that through Abraham, even Louis, who received tithes, gave tithes. For he, talking about Louis, was still in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met him. Truly then, if perfection were through the Levitical priesthood, for under it the people were given the Torah, why was there still need for another priest to arise according to the order of Melchizedek, and not be called according to the order of Aharon? For the priest being changed of necessity, there takes place a change of law also. For he of whom this is said belongs to another tribe, from which no one had attended at the altar. For it is perfectly clear that our master arose from Yehudah, a tribe about which Musha never spoke of concerning priesthood. And this is clearer still. If another priest arises in the likeness of Melchizedek, who has become, not according to the Torah fleshly command, but according to the power of an endless life. For he does witness, you are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. For there is indeed a setting aside of the former order, that because of its weakness and unprofitableness. For the Torah perfected nothing, but the bringing in of a better expectation, through which we draw near to Yahuwah, and it was not without an oath. For they indeed became priests without an oath, but he became priest with an oath by him who said, Yahuwah has sworn and shall not regret. You are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. By as much as this, Yahusha has become a guarantor of a better agreement. And indeed, those that became priests were many, because they were prevented by death from continuing. But he, because he remains forever, has an unchangeable priesthood. Therefore, he is also able to save completely. I love this. He is also able to save completely those who draw near to Yahuwah through him, ever living to make intercession for them. For it is fitting that we should have such a high priest, kind, innocent, undefiled, having been separated from sinners and exalted above the Shamayim, who does not need, as those high priests, to offer up slaughter offerings young by young, first for his own sins and then for those of the people. For this he did once for all when he offered up himself. For the Torah appoints as high priests men who have weakness, but the word of the oath, which came after the Torah, appoints the Son, having been perfected forever. Whew, that is so powerful.
Okay. So who is Melchizedek then, according to this? Who is he?
Yahuwah.
Phyllis?
Yahusha.
Ross? Who is he?
Originally, I had thought it was Yahusha, but he's saying that he was perfected when he came back. When he had, and died for the sins.
Mm-hmm.
But before he was, it sounds, huh?
Who do you say he is?
Yahuwah, Melchizedek.
Very good. Sandra? Who is he?
He is Yahuwah.
Joan? Who is he, Joan?
He's Yahuwah.
It's Yahuwah. Okay, so we can say he's Yahusha as long as we're not applying it to the Son. If we're applying it to the Father, then that's good. Don't forget, Yahusha had two natures, dual nature. He was 100% man with a man's body and spirit, and he was 100% Yahuwah, who was 100% the Ruach HaKodesh. Wrapped in flesh. He was robed in flesh. He had a fleshly tent. Okay. The Lamb of Yahuwah died, but Yahuwah himself did not die. And so that means that the Lamb of Yahuwah was a creation. He was created. He wasn't eternal. And when was he created? He was created. He was the firstborn of all creation. The first thing Yahuwah made was a body for himself. He took that body of light and transformed it in the womb of Mary, who, when he did that, he borrowed from Mary's DNA and transformed it into flesh and was born out of the womb of a maiden woman in order to enhance the miracle in the eyes of men. Okay. The reason the original sin, which was housed in Mary's DNA, did not contaminate the conception was because the Ruach HaKodesh sealed him for the day of his death. Okay. And so, in other words, like the Ruach HaKodesh seals us for the day of redemption, he sealed him for the day of his death. Okay. In other words, the original sin could not contaminate the lamb. As far as not the lamb, but could not contaminate the Ruach and the blood. And so the blood remained perfect because it had to be perfect blood to be spilled. Okay. So if you borrowed from Mary's DNA, which housed the original sin, why didn't that contaminate the spirit and the blood of the Ruach, because the Ruach sealed it and protected it from the sin could not penetrate through the flesh. So does that mean the Lamb housed the original sin? Yes, he did. But it did not overcome him like it does us. He overcame it. And so he was tempted in every way that we are through the original sin and the worldly temptation, and even the devil, and even his flesh, which is enemy, and he overcame it through the original sin. And so the Immaculate Conception becomes falsehood. That's not true at all. That's made up because they don't understand what happened. Are y'all following me? Any thoughts and comments or questions on that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
It's almost a shadow of when Yahushua said, I have overcome sin.
Mm-hmm.
The sins that he overcome the sins of the world. He overcame the sins in the flesh so that when he died, he would be overcoming the sins of the world.
Yeah, he overcame the original sin. He absolutely defeated it. He overcame everything, the world. And so by him overcoming the original sin, he removed it from us. He broke the chain so it no longer contaminates our DNA. He killed the virus, man, that we were all affected with through one man, through Adam. Go ahead, Ross.
It's kind of like I lost my train of thought again.
I know this is deep, but we can get it. It's not that hard.
Yeah. He tested himself to show that that it could be overcome. So it was the greatest test, actually, because he had the test of having that original sin in his DNA, but it was put off on the side and he overcame it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, he was
It's the
able
biggest
to
test.
he was able to overcome the original sin. Through his sufferings, he became obedient and therefore became perfect. He overcame that original sin. And he also overcame the temptations of the world, even through the devil. And so we have three enemies, right, that we have to overcome. Everyone. We have the devil, we have the world, and we have our own flesh with the original sin in it. Those are our three enemies that we have to overcome. And Yahuwah overcame all three of those. The Yahusha overcame all three of them. Now, when the lamb was executed and he was hanging on the stake there, Yahuwah himself did not die. What he did was he took, because he had the spirit of the man sealed and he had the blood sealed, okay, for the day of the sacrifice. And then the sacrifice happened. He let the blood, the perfect blood, fall to the altar of the earth as the sin offering. And he took the man's spirit, his ruach, with him. And he left the flesh hanging there lifeless and empty. He disrobed himself of his tent, of his flesh. Okay? He left it hanging there. Well, the spirit of the man, Yahusha, okay, was so interconnected with the Ruach HaKodesh that they can never be separated. And so when the Ruach pulled out of the flesh, disrobed himself, he took that spirit, went with him. And it's forever intermingled with the Ruach. It can never be separated. Why? because it was the Ruach. And that's one of the hardest things for our human minds to comprehend, because it really was the spirit of the man, but it's so intertwined with the Ruach HaKodesh that it actually is the Ruach HaKodesh. And he took it with him when he disrobed himself. So he left that lifeless, fleshly lamb hanging on the stake, emptied out, okay, of the water, the blood, and the Ruach. It just was hanging there, okay? And guess what? There was the original sin was gone. Nothing was there. So it was just a clean piece of meat hanging there, right? And so after 3 days and 3 nights, he raised it back up to life and re-entered it and put his body back on, which became his original body, the firstborn of all creation, body of light, and he took off with it. When he ascended, he stayed on the earth for 40 days. And then after he ascended, went back up and sat back in the throne room and sat back down on the throne. There he set his body of light right back where he came from. He became esteemed again, became the esteem of Yahuwah. But there's one big difference. Now, there's one big, huge difference. What is it? From where he originally sat on the throne as Yahuwah's body of light, and him sitting on the throne now as his glorified or esteemed body, there's a huge difference. What is it? Anybody know? Sandra?
I don't know the answer to that, but I had a question.
Yeah.
This process, is it any way related to 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, beyond all questions? The secret of reverence is great, who was revealed in the flesh, declared right in Ruach, and was seen by messengers, was proclaimed among nations, was believed on in the world, and was taken up in esteem.
Mm-hmm.
Is that related?
That's the outline of what happened. Absolutely.
So the difference now is that he is Yahuwah, right? He's always been Yahuwah, but now he's in the same substance as him now, right? That it talks about. What scripture is that? Hebrews chapter 1.
Yeah.
It's not. Oh, shoot.
Ross?
Is it that he his flesh, he can actually come and be as the flesh? Before he was just his light, and now he can be as the flesh, and that's the difference in him now. Because before it was a separate thing, as he was Yahuwah, and then he had the fleshly body that he created, and now that creation becomes part of him.
You're close, but no. I mean, he's always been able to transform between light and flesh. I mean, he was flesh when he wrestled with Jacob. Remember? He wrestled with Jacob in the flesh. And that wasn't, when he was in his fleshly body, it wasn't like he was Samson or anything. And he wasn't some weakling either. He was probably more of like a common man, maybe a little bit stronger than the average, but Jacob was getting the best of him. He couldn't get away from Jacob, so he didn't want to come as like Samson because he didn't want his flesh to be worshipped. See what I'm saying? He wanted all the esteem. So he didn't do anything special for his body to stand out and be worshipped like Samson or Hercules or something, right? And so he was kind of a common man. And he wrestled with Jacob, and Jacob wouldn't let him go. So he dislocated his hip, at the sinew of his hip, and Jacob walked with a limp. So maybe he pulled some kind of Brazilian jiu-jitsu on him, dislocated his joint there, you know. But whatever it was, Jacob never walked the same after wrestling with him, but Jacob was getting the best of him. They wrestled all night long. But no, I mean, you're close. Phyllis, go ahead.
Before I give my answer, I have to make a comment. I've always thought about that wrestling, and I agree with you. And right up to at the end, when Yahusha got tired of wrestling with him, he just zapped him. But it is the difference between then and now. Is it? I mean, the difference in Yahusha before and after, is it because he's in his permanent body?
Mm.
Is he in his permanent body?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, he's eternal. Yeah, he's immortal. Yeah.
But I mean, the flesh is permanent.
No. Now, he didn't ascend in his fleshly body. He's in his body of light,
Which he already had.
which he was. Yeah, he went back to being what he was before he got sent. Yahuwah sent him down. He actually gave him a son as a gift to mankind, so we could sacrifice. He could be sacrificed for our sins. So he was a son given to mankind to sacrifice as a sin offering. And that's why he had to become flesh. But he also had to house the flesh of the Ruach HaKodesh. It had to be perfect blood and much higher than man's blood. And there was nothing higher than man's blood. So that was a big problem. People thought that a child, even a virgin woman, because she hadn't had sex, was sinless, and that could do it, atone for our sins. They thought a baby or a child, they believe, doesn't sin until a certain age, which is not true. They thought that was would be a perfect atonement offering, but it was not. Okay, and so it had to be a much higher blood, and it had to be perfect, and there was no such thing. That's why Yahuwah had to send his body, transform it into flesh to house the perfect blood of the Ruach HaKodesh to be spilt. But it also had to be protected from the original sin, because every human has that in their DNA, and it would contaminate the perfect blood. So he had to seal it to protect it. Sandra, go ahead.
So my question is, does it have anything to do with the indwelling?
No.
No.
Come
Okay.
on, think just a little. It's a simple answer.
Is it the everlasting light?
Yeah.
No.
No, he was light before he came. Go ahead, Roz.
I was going to say that that the light of the world, but he was already the light of the world. You just
He was
said it.
already the light of
Yeah.
life. He was the first thing you made was light, which was his own body of light. Joe.
Was it because he learned how humans really feel about situations and different things? He understand their feelings?
No. He created our feelings. He knows what there are. What's the difference between Yahuwah's body of light before the incarnation and after the ascension, when he went back to the throne and sat down? There's a difference now. He was on the throne, sitting on the throne. He could go between flesh and light anytime he wanted to, and he did. But then when he raised his fleshly body up and it turned it back into light, went back into being what it was, and he ascended back to the throne. What is the difference now? Sandra?
Okay, I'm going to try again. Is it that he's now revealed and manifested?
No.
Oh,
Go ahead, Phyllis.
He's pierced for our sins.
Bam! His body of light retains the piercings, the holes, the scars from his execution. Here's the difference. You ever wonder why, when he walked through the walls and materialized to Thomas, they became flesh, and told Thomas, stick your hand in my wound and my side, put your finger through the palm of my hand and see, I'm flesh. I'm not a ghost. I'm flesh. But he wasn't bleeding. He had the holes, the scars, but in the piercings, but he wasn't bleeding, was he? No, he wasn't. Go ahead, Roz.
He ate, he breathed, he felt. He was just like us and not like those other things that are the false idols.
That's right. Yeah, his body retains the scars, the holes and the piercings of the execution, probably forever as a reminder of what he did for humanity. All right, so I think we're going to stop right here. It just continues on. Like I said, all the way up to chapter 25. It's all about Abraham. So we'll just cut it short right there. And is there any comments, thoughts, or questions on today's study in Genesis? Chance had to go put the kids down for a nap. All right. I'd like to see some more people coming in. I mean, I know it's rough to sit here and be looked at for 4 or 5 hours, but, I mean, we do it. And it's more hurt for some other people to sacrifice some time and effort as well. We got 10 slots here. And believe it or not, it costs me money to do this. So I would appreciate if y'all would fill this up every week instead of just sitting back.
I advertised for the first time last night. I advertised this for the first time. Well, I'm going to start doing that because I on the different platforms that I'm on, advertising to come and be on here. So
okay, cool. Yeah, we have a lot of new people, coming in every week. Y'all are welcome to come in here. All you have to do is click on the link, the StreamYard link, follow the instructions right into the backstage, and I'll see you back there and let you in. And, even if you just come in and turn your camera off and sit back, I mean, at least you're filling the slots up. Otherwise, I could just go to the basic program and not spend any money. Not that I'm cheap or complaining, but it would be nice to fill this up. Thoughts, comments, or questions on today's study? None? How about last night's study? How about the fall festivals? Trumpets, kafar, tabernacles, the great last day, anything at all? No? All right, well, going once, going twice. What's that, Speedy? Oh, Speedy says he's mad at me because I called his friends a gang last night. And he says they're not a gang, they're a faction. So I'm staying corrected. They're a faction. Okay, any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Going once, going twice. We're gone. Go ahead, Joe, get us out of here.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Hallelujah. Praise Yahuwah.
Yo,
Hey Oz,
how are you?
good, glad you made it back safe.
Yes, I did.
Well, if you get in the mood to get in the car and come join us for the Feast of Booths, you're welcome to.
Are you doing it?
Oh yes, we do it every year. We camp out.
We're going
So,
to camp
Camp out.
tomorrow.
yeah, we camp. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you. All
Thank
praise-
you. See you next time.
We love you guys.
We love you guys. Okay.
You wanna say bye?
Erev
Ereto.
You didn't say bye, did you?